Chapter 1322. Xiao Qin turned his head back and saw an exquisite figure leaping on an azure, profound bird tens of kilometers away. That figure danced in the air as arrows flew out from his hands in a fluid and smooth manner. Ahead, Tian Yuxi and the others were forced to retreat step by step. Soon, they retreated to the surface of the sea. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao, first senior sister, is here." Seeing Xiao Qian smile, Shui Lingling, who was on the profound bird, nodded gently. Seeing Xiao Qian approach step by step, Tian Yuxi and the others could not do anything. The white tiger, Holy Sun, Xiao Hou gritted his teeth in anger. "Shui Lingling, don't give me a chance to get close." Xiao Hou replied with an even faster, more ruthless arrow. Xiao Hou stretched out a finger and shattered it. After that, he quickly retreated. Rumble! Waves roared on the surface of the sea, and pillars of water shot up into the sky. The group was forced further and further away. By the time Shui Lingling landed beside Xiao Qin, they had already retreated several hundred kilometers. "First senior sister, why are you here?" Xiao Qin asked joyfully. If not for Shui Lingling, Xiao Qian would not know what to do. That guardian of the deity race knew the combined attack technique. Furthermore, she had been training in the starry heavens, nurturing her sharpness. If they really fought, Xiao Qian would not be afraid. However, he would be unable to avoid being delayed for some time. In this period of time, Tian Yuxi, Xia Hou and Xiao Qian would be able to do many things, such as spoiling Elder Qin's tribulation. The moment first senior sister arrived, the situation instantly reversed. Xiao Qian now held the initiative. Shui Lingling revealed a gentle smile. "Master called me over. He knew that Emperor Forsaken and the three holy masters would definitely make a move when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation. So, he got me to rush over with the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao." Xiao Qian asked doubtfully, "Doesn't this bao not have an artifact spirit?" Shui Lingling played with the bao in her hand with a smile and said happily, Master has finished forging it for me. Now it has 70 to 80% of the power of a transcendent divine weapon. However, I can only shoot 3 arrows out of the profound skill that comes with the divine bao, the shooting sun arrow." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "That's enough. The enemy's momentum is in chaos, and the initiative is in our hands." As the huge waves surged, Tian Yuxi led the 12 keepers, Xia Hou and Feng Wuji out of the waves and landed on the small island once more. However, this time, his imposing manner was completely gone. He did not have the initiative and calmness from before, and his figure was slightly disheveled. Tian Yuxi, Xia Hou and Feng Wuji were still fine, uninjured. However, the 12 watchers were in a miserable state, riddled with arrow wounds and covered in blood. When Shui Lingling saw Xia Hou, she showed a stern expression and scolded. "Xia Hou, is there anyone as shameless as you? Back then, during the king conferral ceremony, you forced my junior brother, Xiao Qin, several times. Now, you are blaming Xiao Qin for it. Also, Nuan Muyun clearly died to save you. You are useless. So why are you blaming my junior brother?" Xia Hou said coldly, "There is no need for you to care about my matters. You won't be able to remain smug for long. The Haotian sect will suffer a calamity soon. Just wait and see." Shui Lingling glared at Xiao Qian and said, "You really think too highly of yourself. To think that you are so smug after becoming the deity race's lackey. Xia Hou, Feng Wuji, have you forgotten the days when we fought together in the profound domain against Diwak?" Feng Wuji and Xia Hou were stunned at the same time. They had not expected Shui Lingling to bring up the past. Once upon a time, Shui Lingling and Juanqi and the others were known as the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Feng Wuji and Juanqi were the sons of the 3 holy masters above the 7 giants. At that time they were aloof and aloof. When Feng Wuji and Xiahou Ju recalled the past, they were rendered speechless. Even Xiahou Ju was somewhat stunned. When Tianyu Shi saw the situation, he thought to himself, "Oh no, this woman is too incredible." Even Xiahou Ju is somewhat shaken by her words. Shui Lingling, that was then, and this is now. Now, the deity Dao union is already established. Furthermore, the divine son Di Wuk comprehended the deity race's ancient canon. Soon, he will rise to the heavens in one step. Only the deity Dao union is the trend. Tianyu, she said calmly, even if you rely on the power of the divine Bao to force us back today, it will not change anything. Shui Lingling glanced at Tianyu Shi and smiled faintly. Don't try to reason with me. I know that Di Wuk is a man, hiding and not daring to show himself. Letting a woman like you take the lead is the sign of a coward. Even if he rises to the heavens in one step, this will be a stain on his reputation. Furthermore, you are only SOSO. You said that I relied on the power of the divine weapon. If you are capable, get your man to give you one. However, he cannot give it to me. You can only be jealous and watch as I destroy your worship. You can't do anything about it. Xiao Chen's final sentence was filled with mockery. However, every word she said was the truth. Tianyu Shi's breathing turned ragged. He felt incredibly frustrated. His chest heaved up and down, and he lost control of his emotions. You! Shui Lingling did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. She snorted coldly and said, You? What you? Am I wrong? If you are capable, then call Di Wuk out now. If you are capable, get Di Wuk to give you a weapon on the divine weapon ranking. If not, then scram. Relying on numbers to bully us, an elder undergoing his tribulation. What kind of capability is that? Xiao Hoju and Feng Wuji blushed slightly at Xiao Chen's words, feeling incredibly embarrassed. However, the 12 injured keepers could not stand their divine daughter being bullied like that. They stepped forward and soared into the air. Don't be rude to the divine daughter. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. With me around, don't be rude to my senior sister. Stepping forward, Xiao Chen drew his saber from its scabbard. This was the first time he drew his saber on the island. The instant he drew his saber, he spread out his saber domain. In his sea of consciousness, 3 spots of dazzling saber energy, as bright as the sun, were instantly detonated by Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Immediately, the light on Xiao Chen's body became extremely intense, causing the surrounding 1 kilometer to lose color. When the light appeared once more, the already injured 12 watchers were sent flying, vomiting blood as they retreated one by one. Saber energy was one of Xiao Chen's 3 great trump cards. For the sake of instantly knocking back the 12 keepers and intimidating them, Xiao Chen had no choice but to use it in advance. The expressions of Tianyu Shi and the others changed. Suddenly, they felt that being so close to Xiao Chen was somewhat dangerous, so they all moved back. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then he looked at Tianyu Shi and said, Senior Lan possesses a strength that even sovereign martial emperors fear. He will not fall so quickly. Tianyu Shi, you no longer have a chance. Go back. Shifting his gaze, Xiao Chen looked at Xiahou Ju and said softly, Xiahou Ju, you were once aloof and aloof, known as an outstanding talent. Even if you stand on the deity race's side now, I ask you not to dirty the word outstanding talent and forget the glory of the past. Even if you think that Nguyen Muyun's death is related to me, I will accept it. If you have any problems, just come at me. Don't attack the people around me. As Xiahou Ju looked at the carefree Xiao Chen, who exuded the air of a king, he felt defeated for some reason. He said sullenly, Let's go. Divine Daughter, there is no need to use your trump card. The 3 holy masters thank you for your help this time. Feng Wuji and Xiahou Ju turned and left together. Before they left, they gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Tianyu, she stared at Shui Lingling and said, In the future, when the deity Dao Union sends its troops to the Haotian sect, let's see if you will behave like you did today. Today's matter would be unforgettable for Xiao Qin. She was the bona fide divine daughter. When had she ever been scolded by another woman? After the group of people went far away, Xiao Qin looked at Shui, Lingling, and smiled. First senior sister, I discovered that you are somewhat different today. What do you mean by if you are jealous, get your man to give you a transcendent divine weapon? Shui Lingling's earlier aura vanished. She smiled embarrassedly and said, sorry about that. I was careless and took advantage of you. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed in his heart. Indeed, first senior sister is first senior sister. He still remembered how she chased a certain someone for several days and nights in the savage battlefield. After that, he completely lost his temper. The intense fluctuations in the sky stopped, and the deity race Emperor Wu left. Lan Xiaofeng put away his dagger and landed beside Xiao Qin. On the Emperor's road, before the halo of flowing water around Elder Qin shattered, he finally cleared the last step of the 1,000 steps. He cleared it! Shui Lingling exclaimed with joy. When Xiao Qin saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was as Lan Xiaofeng said. As long as he endured the external pressure, Elder Qin had a high chance of clearing his great tribulation of wind and fire. After all, Xiao Chen's great tribulation of wind and fire was just the most ordinary one. Elder Qin's accumulations were not bad, either. Even so, by the time he reached the Emperor's door, Elder Qin was already so weak that he only had half a breath left. His aura wavered, looking like he would collapse at any moment. 1,000 steps. Each step was a hurdle, and each step was a tribulation. Along the way, Xiao Chen's heart ached at several of the scenes he saw, feeling moved. However, now that the bitterness was over, Xiao Chen got what he wanted, and his lifespan increased to 2,000 years. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Elder Qin's hand was about to touch the Emperor's door, flaming clouds suddenly filled the sky. Layers of blazing flames covered the sky and the sun. The unending flaming clouds were like waves undulating. It was like a sea of fire reflected in the sky. Suspicion appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He felt that something was wrong. Senior Lan, what is that? Lan Xiaofeng's expression changed drastically in extreme shock. That's impossible. This is a fire dragon tribulation. It is extremely rare. Normally, only outstanding talents or golden emperors road occasionally appear. Right after Lan Xiaofeng spoke, the flaming clouds quickly gathered together. Soon, the silhouette of a huge dragon appeared in the sky. It reared its head back and roared ferociously, causing the entire sky to tremble. This, Xiao Qin felt somewhat helpless. He could only rely on himself for his great tribulation of wind and fire. Others could not help him. Otherwise, he would suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao and die. Such a result made the expression of Shui Lingling, who rushed over from afar, sink. She watched all this in disbelief. Far away, on the sea, Xiao Hoju and the others, who had already traveled far, were stunned when they saw the fire dragon appear. After a while, Xiao Hoju rejoiced. It's a fire dragon tribulation. It looks like the heavens want to break the dragon's gate's luck. A fire dragon tribulation rarely appears on the Emperor's road. Even when outstanding talents undergo their tribulations, it is very difficult to see one. To think that Elder Qin ran into one. Chapter 1323. Tianyu, she analyzed calmly. It must be caused by the dragon's gates, luck being too strong. Elder Qin is already tied to the dragon's gate. The dragon's gate is like a huge true dragon. If Xiao Chen is the dragon's head, then Elder Qin is the dragon's claw. Or perhaps it is the other parts. This is a tribulation for the dragon's gate. If it were another outstanding talent undergoing a tribulation, perhaps it would be a good thing. However, since it is Elder Qin's turn, he will die for sure. That was right. If an outstanding talent survived the fire dragon tribulation and advanced to martial emperor, their emperor's body would possess the energy of a fire dragon, and their strength would multiply. However, Elder Qin was not an outstanding talent at all. He was just an ordinary blue-robed emperor. This fire dragon tribulation was not something he could endure. On the small island, Xiao Qin revealed an extremely dissatisfied expression. After working so hard for so long, in the end, he still could not give Elder Qin hope. Heartache, guilt, and various other emotions filled Lan Xiaofeng's heart, making him feel strangely angry. Lan Xiaofeng shook his head and sighed softly, all sorts of feelings welling up in him. At the end of the Emperor's Road, Elder Qin, who had thought that the bitterness was over, smiled bitterly and revealed an expression of despair. The fire dragon, formed by the cloud, instantly took form. It opened its huge maw and roared ferociously. Then, it dived down as if it wanted to swallow up Elder Qin, who was holding the Emperor's door. Freeze! Just at this critical moment, the 3-life mirror in the Immortal Spirit Ring shone its light on that incredibly huge fire dragon. Time seemed to have stopped. The fire dragon's head, which had been descending at lightning speed, became incomparably slow. In this strange atmosphere, Elder Qin could not understand what was going on. However, after a while, he reacted and used the last bit of his strength to push the Emperor's door with much difficulty. The Emperor's Road had drained Xiao Chen's energy long ago. He was mentally fatigued, and his entire body felt weak. Originally, he only needed to raise his hand to push the Emperor's door. Now, it was incredibly difficult to do. It was not much faster than the descending fire dragon had a heart-wrenching sight. Amid this strange scene, Elder Qin finally pushed open the Emperor's door, just as the fire dragon head was about to swallow him up. Boom! Boundless, multicolored light gushed out from the Emperor's door. The surging primordial energy formed a tricolored, auspicious sign that covered the entire sea region, filling the sky. A golden light engulfed Elder Qin, and his body dissolved in the golden light. The moment the Emperor's door opened, the terrifying fire dragon immediately vanished, turning into fiery red flowers that scattered in all directions. Seeing Elder Qin's body dissolve in the golden light, Xiao Qin and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Qin's body was being reconstructed. He used the power of the heavenly Tao to forge the golden emperor body for Elder Qin. In midair, the 3-life mirror swayed and fell continuously. Xiao Qin strode forward and leaped into the air, grabbing hold of the swaying 3-lives mirror. In the mirror, little 3 smiled weakly and said, "Hee hee, I finally let this old man become a martial emperor. Elder brother White Robes, stop frowning. I'm so tired. Little 3, I want to sleep." As little 3 spoke, her voice grew softer and softer. Finally, it vanished, and the mirror turned black. This startled Xiao Chen, and he paled. "Little 3, wake up! Wake up!" Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, said, "Don't wake her up. Let her have a good sleep." This nagger really overestimated herself. To think that she changed the trajectory of time by herself. Xiao Qin asked in a fluster, "Ao Jiao, what's going on?" Ao Jiao explained, "The 3-life mirror is a space-time immortal equipment in the first place. It is used to assist immortals in executing space-time magic skills. After all, even immortals have difficulty grasping the time Tao. With the 3-life mirror, one can achieve twice the result with half the effort when executing the time Tao. You know now, right? She is a support-type immortal equipment, but she used this identity to change the trajectory of time by herself." Xiao Qin now understood. Simply put, little 3 was offside. She forcefully used strength that exceeded her own and suffered a backlash. "She will be fine, right?" Ao Jiao sighed and said, "She won't die, but she will suffer. If she messes around like this again, even a deity might not be able to save her." When Xiao Qin heard that, he relaxed slightly. Then he carefully put away the 3-life mirror, not knowing what to say. This little 3 nagged a lot. However, at the crucial moment, she could still be so understanding of the greater good. However, Xiao Chun still had some doubts. Making a move to stop the great tribulation of wind and fire would result in the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Both parties would suffer a tribulation. Why were little 3 and Elder Qin fine? Xiao Qin, was that your secret treasure earlier that changed the trajectory of time? Lan Xiaofeng asked with a grave expression. The time Tao was something that even primes could not comprehend. Xiao Qin felt somewhat put on the spot, not knowing what to say. When Lan Xiaofeng saw the situation, he said, I understand. This matter is probably not easy to explain. Thank you, Senior, for understanding. Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, What is there to understand? This old man was just curious and asked casually, Right now, I do not even understand the state of space. Being fortunate enough to see the state of time, it is hard for me to not lose my composure. Shui Lingling said, Look, the reconstruction of Elder Qin's golden body is complete. Amid the auspicious signs filling the sky, the golden light suddenly shrank and gathered into a clump of light, continuously combining. Between the heavens and the earth, countless spiritual qi from all directions converged towards the glowing figure. Instantly, the place where the golden light gathered became the center of the world, covering up all the other lights. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, feeling happy for Elder Qin. He also anticipated such a day for himself. Xiao Chun watched as the auspicious signs filled the sky, dancing in the air. Amid the golden light, Elder Qin reconstructed his golden body. Xiao Hoju, who was wildly rejoicing earlier, revealed a horrified expression. Even now, he could not understand this dramatic scene. The moment the fire dragon descended, the trajectory of time changed, forcibly stopped by the 3 life mirrors item spirit. However, in reality, time did not change. As a result, Xiao Hoju and the others, who were 50 kilometers away, only saw a blurry scene. They only saw the fire dragon roaring as it arrived. Following that, the Emperor's door opened, and countless strands of primordial energy surged out. Then the fire dragon scattered. Tianyu, she frowned and said, This matter is somewhat strange. When we return, we have to report it to Emperor Forsaken. Feng Wuji also felt suspicious. He said, A sure death situation was broken just like that. It is indeed strange. If Xiao Qin could use the same method to deal with his great tribulation of wind and fire, then we might only be able to watch as Xiao Chen advanced to martial emperor. Xiao Hoju shook his head and said, That's impossible. There is absolutely no chance of using such an incredible, heaven-defying method a second time. If Xiao Chen dared to do that, his great tribulation of wind and fire would definitely change, becoming even more horrifying. In reality, it was as Feng Wuji said. What he said was not wrong. However, even if it could be used, it could not be used anymore. If the 3 life mirror forcefully reversed time, it would not be able to endure it and collapse on its own. The losses outweighed the gains. In the future, if Xiao Qin comprehended the time Tao on his own, with the 3 life mirrors' assistance, he would be like a tiger with wings, like a god helping him. Whoosh! Sonic booms resounded, and the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang rushed over. With an angry expression, he said, Tianyu Shi, didn't you say that you would definitely stop Elder Qin from undergoing his tribulation? Why did you not do it? How dare you speak to the divine daughter like that? The deity race martial emperor said with a cold expression as he stepped forward. His emperor's might containing a divine nature spread out, putting heavy pressure on Ao Lang. Ao Lang could not help feeling startled. This deity race martial emperor before him probably relied on himself to climb to martial emperor and not the power of faith. There were 2 types of Emperor Wu in the deity race. One relied on the power of faith to advance to martial emperor, with their own strength as a supplement. This type was the most numerous. The deity race claimed to have 3,000 deities. 80 to 90% of them were this type. The other type was scarier. They relied on their own strength to advance to martial emperor, with the power of faith as a supplement. They were relatively few in number. However, they were the mainstays of the deity race and were extremely strong. Sorry, I was somewhat rude. Divine Daughter, please forgive me. Ao Lang felt dissatisfied, but he still lowered his head and apologized. This woman before him could be considered the most respected woman in the entire Kunlun realm. Even if she was not as strong as him, he could not offend her casually. Tia knew she was in a bad mood because of Shui Lingling. Now that he was angry, he did not give Ao Lang any face. He snorted coldly and said, "Do I need to account to you? What qualifications do you have to question me?" Ao Lang, from the start to the end, I never agreed to stop Elder Qin from undergoing his tribulation. When Xiao Ho Ju saw the situation, he tried to smooth things over. He said, "Senior Ao, this is a long story. I will explain it to you later. I was the one who told the Divine Daughter to give up. She has a divine talisman that Emperor Forsaken refined, which can instantly kill a minor heavenly emperor, but she did not use it." When Ao Lang saw the situation, he asked in shock, "Why?" Feng Wuji smiled and said, "Senior Ao, it is probably not limited to how strong Shaoqin is now. If we really used it, none of us would be able to leave. Some of us would definitely fall here." The deity race greater heavenly martial emperor said coldly, "Ao Lang, I guessed right. You should have some trump cards. If you rely on your trump cards, it is impossible to wash away the humiliation of that day. Your only choice is to submit to my deity Dao Union. Don't have any other thoughts." Ao Lang nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes." Before a huge faction like the deity Dao Union, Ao Lang was like an ant. Even if he was not satisfied, he could only pretend to be a grandson for now. Tianyu, she continued, "Half a month from now, a deity palace will be established in the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. At that time, we will erect a deity statue for Senior Ao. Senior Ao's strength will definitely soar again." The moment Shaoqin said that, Ao Lang immediately rejoiced in his heart. The deity race's power of faith was a famous weapon in the Kunlun realm. If Ao Lang could construct a deity statue for Ao Lang, he would not have to risk his life to undergo his tribulation and would be able to raise his strength by 20%. However, Ao Lang was astute. After thinking about it, he concluded that there would not be such a good deal. Tianyu, she would definitely make a request. "Indeed, Tianyu," she said. "However, before that, I hope Senior Ao can lead the way and convince the other 3 Dragon Kings to join my deity Dao Union." Ao Lang quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Then he smiled and said, "That's not a problem. With me asking, the other 3 elder brothers will definitely not reject." When Tianyu Shi and the other 2 heard that, they revealed smiles on their faces. Although they did not succeed in stopping Elder Qin from advancing to Martial Emperor and disrupting the Dragon's Gate's luck in the heavenly starry ocean, they managed to open a path for the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas. However, this opened up the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas, allowing the deity Dao Union to successfully expand its influence into the heavenly starry ocean. Chapter 1324. However, those immortal holy lands would be harder to deal with. Tianyu, she thought to himself, of these immortal holy lands, the lunar palace holds the highest prestige. To a large extent, they will be influenced by the lunar palace. Perhaps I should make some time to meet that famous holy daughter of the heavenly starry ocean, Yu Bingyan. As long as I can convince her, the other immortal holy lands will give in easily. When the deity Dao Union takes shape, overwhelming luck will descend. In terms of luck, the divine son Di Wuk would be qualified to rival Shaoqin. On the small island, Elder Qin, who had finished reconstructing his golden body, drifted down, radiating light from his entire body. His initial air of being past his prime was swept away. Instead, he became full of vigor, like he had obtained new life. "Many thanks. Many thanks." Many thanks. When Elder Qin landed, he first thanked Lan Xiaofeng and Shui Lingling. Then he faced Xiao Qin and bowed 3 times. This Qin really does not know how to thank you. Little friend Xiao Qin, you have done too much for me. Xiao Qin smiled and said, Old Qin, there is no need to be so polite. Now, you are a member of the Dragon's Gate. Furthermore, I, Xiao Qin, owe you a great debt of gratitude in the past. This is what I should do. Oh, by the way, what happened at the very last moment? I accidentally pushed open the Emperor's door, Elder Qin asked, feeling somewhat confused. Lan Xiaofeng smiled mysteriously and did not explain. Old Qin, feel for yourself and see if there is fire dragon energy in your body. Elder Qin closed his eyes and tried to sense it. When he opened his eyes again, there was a fire dragon swimming in each of his eyes. The fire dragons coiled in his eyes and turned into a blazing flame. Elder Qin shouted and raised his hand, throwing a palm strike at the distant sea. Flaming clouds immediately filled that part of the sky, forming a fire dragon radiating an overwhelming heaven dragon might as it swooped down. Z, Z. As the mist surged, a huge pit appeared in the vast sea. After a while, it formed a whirlpool and kicked up a huge wave. This, Elder Qin said with some incredulity as he entered a daze. Lan Xiaofeng laughed loudly and said, If one survives a great calamity, there will definitely be consequences. Elder Qin, you were supposed to be an ordinary Emperor Wu, but after going through the fire dragon tribulation, you have the power of the fire dragon. In just a month, I'm afraid you will be comparable to an ordinary third heaven Emperor Wu. Congratulations. Xiao Qin and Shui Lingling said with a smile. Elder Qin was overjoyed and his face was full of smiles. Anyone who received such a pleasant surprise would find it hard to restrain themselves. Lan Xiaofeng sighed. Even old Qin has such strength when undergoing his tribulation. In the future, when those juniors of the Dragon's Gate succeed in their tribulation, the glory of the Dragon's Gate will be just around the corner. Congratulations, Brother Qin, on becoming a martial emperor. In the sky, many figures floated over. They were the other Emperor Wu, who had been driven away by Xiao Qin. They congratulated him. At this time, Xiao Qin naturally wouldn't chase them away. You're too polite, too polite. Elder Qin guffawed and performed cupped fist salutes in return. His face filled with smiles, looking very pleased. Now that he had ascended to the heavens in one step, he was also an Emperor Wu, with a lifespan of 2,000 years and the power of the fire dragon. How could he not be happy? More people gathered. Some of the martial sages in Heaven Dragon City also rushed over. After they offered their congratulations, they fought to be the first to snatch the auspicious signs in the sky. The extraordinarily bustling scene added a joyous atmosphere to Elder Qin's ascension to martial emperor. This Elder Qin is really lucky. Although there are many people who advance to martial emperor now, most of them die with hatred in their hearts. It was not easy. Earlier, I saw the deity race's warship flying over. Unexpectedly, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin managed to withstand the pressure, not letting the other party succeed. The Blue Dragon King is truly incredible. If I had such a sect master able to protect me, I might have been able to advance to martial emperor back then. He is not just incredible. Even the Holy Lord could not be such a righteous person. All sorts of discussions rang out. Xiao Qin revealed a smile on his delicate face. Then he quietly withdrew to an inconspicuous corner. He did not try to steal Elder Qin's limelight. Right now, this was the proudest moment of Elder Qin's life, allowing him to receive the many envious or jealous gazes. One should enjoy life to the fullest. There was no need to hold back, just laugh. On a protruding hill on the small island, Xiao Qin smiled as he watched Elder Qin greet the many people who came to congratulate him. Figures flickered in the sky. The cultivators who managed to snatch the auspicious signs rejoiced. Auspicious signs not only represented a good omen, but could also directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. Once one advanced to martial emperor, it would be very lively. Shao Qin took out the 1,000-year flame that Imo-chin brewed. Then he swirled the purple crystal cup and took a sip, letting the fiery wine flow freely in his chest. The bustling scene before him made it hard for Shao Qin not to think of himself. In the future, could he be as lucky as Elder Qin, successfully walking the Emperor's road to completion? If Shao Chen ran into a similar fire dragon tribulation, while Elder Qin could get Little Three to help, he definitely could not. He could only face it head-on. By watching Elder Qin undergo his tribulation, Shao Qin gained a lot from his great tribulation of wind and fire. Naturally, the most direct gain was a direct understanding of the great tribulation of wind and fire. He knew what the Emperor's road, the Emperor's door, and the great tribulation of wind and fire were like. Although Elder Qin's great tribulation of wind and fire could not compare to Shao Chen's, it could not be avoided as a reference. Elder Qin succeeded in his tribulation. Why are you drinking alone instead? At some point, Imo-chin had arrived. She gently drifted over and sat down beside Shao Qin. Shao Qin took out a wine cup and offered it to Imo-chin. He smiled and said, "It is true that I am drinking, but it is not boring. Don't you feel that drinking the 1,000-year flame at this moment is especially good?" Imo-chin looked at the extraordinarily bustling scene in front. After a while, she smiled and said, "Indeed, the state of the 1,000-year flame lies in the inextinguishable hot-bloodedness. The fire in the chest will not extinguish for 1,000 years. It is a kind of pursuit, a kind of perseverance, just like a cultivator's emperor's road." Shao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, the person who brews wine knows more than I do. Although I know these principles, I do not know how to express them." After chatting for a while, Imo-chin said, "Let's not talk about this for now. I came to give you something. You will definitely like it." Imo-chin knew that Shao Chen was not as happy as he appeared to be right now. He was happy that Elder Qin advanced to martial emperor, but it inevitably stirred up some worry in his heart. Imo-chan intended to use another topic to divert Shao Chen's attention. However, how could Shao Chen not understand what she was doing? He smiled, appearing very interested as he asked, "What is it?" "This." Imo-chin took out an ancient Buddhist lamp. The shape of the lamp looked like a lotus flower, simple and unadorned. It contained a lingering Zen intent, looking very tasteful. Shao Chen looked at it for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he recalled something. "This is a Buddhist lamp that can nurture a flame?" Under the veil, Imo-chin smiled faintly and nodded gently. "You made it." "Hee. You think too highly of me. How could I make it for you so quickly? Perhaps you are lucky. I got people to keep an eye out at the Blue Dragon auction house. Who knew I really found it?" Imo-chin smiled happily. Then she continued, "After the lamp oil is refined, you can nurture the heavenly snow divine flame. However, the Buddhist lamp's quality is not high enough, so it can only nurture the flame to rank 3. As Shao Chen held the Buddhist lamp, he revealed joy on his face. Right now, the heavenly snow divine flame was too weak. As a primal chaos level flame, it was somewhat unpresentable. However, once its quality increased, it would be completely different. Rank 3 was already sufficient. Imo-chin, you are very considerate. Thank you." Imo-chin giggled and said, "Don't be happy too early. The 10,000-year-old frost water used to refine the lamp oil is not easy to find." Shao Chen thought for a while. Then he took out a portion of the icy dew that he collected in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. Then he asked, "Will this do?" "This is derived from the heavenly snow divine flame, slowly dissipating." Imo-chin took it and examined it. Then she said excitedly, "This is the top quality 10,000-year-old frost water. It will do. Give me 3 days, and I will be able to help you refine the lamp oil for the Buddhist lamp." No, we cannot waste time. I'll go and prepare it now. Mo Chun held the jade bottle containing the icy dew and rushed off, not even bothering to greet Xiao Qin. As Xiao Chun watched Mo Chun leave, he smiled faintly. Mo Chun was even more nervous than he was. The commotion slowly died down. Lan Xiaofeng and Elder Qin returned to the city to host a banquet to entertain the other cultivators. Due to some reasons, Xiao Chen rejected the invitation and did not go with them. After everyone left, the average-sized island immediately turned quiet. Xiao Chen looked up and discovered that his first senior sister had not gone over. The profound sun bird, which had already shrunk, perched on her shoulder as she slowly walked over to him. "What's wrong? You're not going as well?" Xiao Chen asked. Shui Lingling shook her head and smiled. "I'm going. Why wouldn't I go? I'm not like you who like peace and quiet. However, before I go, I have something to ask of you. Master instructed me to do." When Xiao Chen heard that, he put away his wine cup, feeling startled. As a prime, Big Brother Ing rarely asked for help. However, now he got Shui Lingling to ask him for help. Perhaps some things were more serious than Xiao Chen imagined. "What is it? Just say it. I will do my best to do what I can," Xiao Chen said seriously. The Haotian Prime was the first major character to step forward to support him. No matter how big the help was, Xiao Chen had to help. Shui Lingling organized her words before saying, "Originally, the Haotian sect and the three holy masters were in a stalemate. However, the three holy masters could no longer wait. Recently, they joined the deity Dao Union that Emperor Forsaken heads. The Haotian sect's situation immediately turned dangerous." Deity Dao Union? Xiao Chen had never heard of this organization before. He had only heard a little about it from Tian Yushi today, but he did not understand much about it. After Shui Lingling explained it to him, Xiao Chen's expression changed. The might of this deity Dao Union was truly unimaginable. Master wants you to find some reinforcements in the oceanic world. If the deity Dao Union attacks the Haotian sect in the future, you can send reinforcements, Shui Lingling said as succinctly as she could. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I will not shirk from this. I will depart in 3 days. However, I do not know how many people I can get to agree to help. I will do my best." The Haotian sect and Xiao Chen were bound together. If the three holy masters took full control of Bushin Palace, Xiao Chen would definitely not be able to survive. Even if the Haotian sect did not make this request, now that Xiao Chen knew about it, he would have to do something. He could not just sit and wait for death. Shui Lingling smiled and said, "Don't worry. Master said that as long as you are willing to make a personal appearance, you will definitely gain something. A great calamity is approaching. Only you have hope. Others can see this hope as well." Chapter 1325. The Arduous Emperor's Road. The deity Dao Union's relentless pressure and the demonic calamity sweeping up the entire Kunlun realm. Under the heavy pressure, the word hope was somewhat heavy for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin could give hope to Elder Qin and the Kunlun realm. However, who could give hope to him? 3 days later, Mo Qin successfully refined the special lamp oil. After filling the Buddhist lamp, she handed it to Xiao Qin. "All right, take out the heavenly snow divine flame and place it on this Buddhist lamp." With a thought, Xiao Qin opened his mouth and spat out the heavenly snow divine flame from his heart of an emperor. The dim heavenly snow divine flame seed looked like a patch of white snow, giving off a gentle beauty. This made it easy to overlook the ferocious nature of a primal chaos-level flame. Xiao Chen found it somewhat strange that the Adumbra flower seed in the flame had taken root in his heart of an emperor and did not fly out with the flame seed. However, this was not the time to be concerned about this. After the heavenly snow divine flame landed on the Buddhist lamp, it immediately lit up. Buddhist chanting rang out in the surroundings, filled with Zen intent. Mo Chun was intoxicated by this. Flames go from weak to strong, divided into 9 ranks. Right now, the heavenly snow divine flame does not qualify. Although the Buddhist lamp nourishes it, it will take about half a year to advance to rank 1. With the support of an esteemed monk, it should be much faster. Xiao Qin thought for a while before taking out the Saraira of the Mahasvara Buddha and letting it hover over the lamp flame. Immediately, rings of Buddhist light appeared, and the Buddhist chanting became even more profound. There was a vague image of a Buddha in the center of the Buddhist light, supporting the lamp flame. That was the remnant wish energy of the Mahasvara Buddha. Big Brother Xiao Qin, you really have a lot of fortuitous encounters. This is a Buddhist Saraira. It is much stronger than the support of an esteemed monk, Mo Qin said somewhat excitedly. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and opened his right hand. The Buddhist lamp slowly sank into it along with the heavenly snow, divine flame. Xiao Qin had refined a beautiful mountain and river painting in his right hand. The painting was damaged and had not been repaired. Now, it was perfect for this Buddhist lamp. I'm leaving. I'll be back in half a month or 3 months at most, Xiao Qin said softly after placing the Buddhist lamp. The deity Tao Union pressed on. He needed to leave to fight for hope for the Haotian sect, for the Kunlun realm, and for himself. What was there to hope for? He couldn't ask for it. Only fight with others, fight with oneself, fight with the heavens. After leaving Heavenly Star Island, Xiao Qin did not choose the Black Sea as his first stop. He also did not go to the even further Human Demon Sea. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the Human Demon Sea's Dugu Quang should be easy to convince. Xiao Qin had already spoken to the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, so he knew that it would not be a big problem. This was especially so for the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. They were easier to convince. However, the deity Tao Union was very strong. Just these reinforcements alone could not truly block them. Xiao Qin was going to search for new allies. He set his sights on the heavenly starry ocean, and his first stop was the Myriad Fiend Island. The Myriad Fiend Island was the fiend race that ruled the oceanic world, with the Myriad Law Fiend Master as their leader. Compared to the fiend race of the Kunlun continent, the Myriad Fiend Island did not have much of a connection. The Myriad Fiend Island was very strong. This was especially so for the Myriad Law Fiend Master, who was a prime. No one dared to offend him. The difficulty of convincing the Myriad Fiend Island went without saying. However, opportunities and hope had to be fought for. If one did not fight for it, there would be no chance at all. If one fought for it, there would always be a chance. 3 days later, Xiao Qin arrived at the sea region where the Myriad Fiend Island was, a vast sea region filled with life. Back when Little Yellow Feather was born, Xiao Qin had barged in by mistake and even fought with a fiend race archer. He knew that the entrance to this sea region looked calm and peaceful, with only a few islands here and there. In reality, it was heavily guarded. If one was not a member of the fiend race, they would be discovered immediately. Even if one was a member of the fiend race, it would be very difficult to sneak in if one did not have a clear background. Based on Xiao Qin's experience today, there should be a large formation laid at the entrance to this sea region. The dotted islands looked irregular, but in reality, they were the nodes of the formation. There were at least 1,000 of these scattered islands, covering a radius of 5,000 kilometers. The defenses of the Myriad Fiend Island's outer sea were clear. Just as Xiao Qin was thinking, 3 figures flew over from an island in the distance. Sonic booms rang out, and the 3 figures landed before Xiao Qin in mere moments. A red-haired fiend in the middle looked at Xiao Qin and asked, "Who are you?" The Myriad Fiend Island is currently sealed off and does not welcome outsiders. After the Thunder King disappeared, the Kunlun realm fell into chaos. The heavenly starry ocean could not avoid it, either. The Myriad Fiend Island was a remote place and had sealed off long ago. They did not want to take advantage of the chaos to plunder others or get involved in trouble. When Xiao Qin heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled to himself. While this looked cautious, in reality it was just waiting for death. An unprecedented demonic calamity descended. No one in the Kunlun realm could avoid it. The Dragon's Gates, Shao Chen seeks an audience with the Myriad Law Fiend Master. Shao Chen performed a cupped fist salute as he looked at the three fiend race cultivators in front. When the three fiend race cultivators heard Shao Chen's name, they were all startled, feeling somewhat incredulous. The name of the Blue Dragon King, Shao Chen, had already spread far and wide. Very few people did not know of him. The red-haired fiend was rather calm. He asked, "What proof do you have?" "I don't remember the Blue Dragon King's hair being white." Shao Chen removed the Blue Dragon King's insignia from his chest and tossed it over without saying anything. The red-haired fiend caught it and examined it cautiously. The ancient insignia had azure-colored dragon motifs carved on it. When the red-haired fiend touched it, he seemed to hear a dragon roar. "It's real." One of the fiend race cultivators at the side said. As they looked at Shao Chen, their expressions immediately changed. Their initial doubts turned to awe. Although the Blue Dragon King was not considered a peak major character, he still had some deterrence. After returning the insignia, the red-haired fiend said, "The two of you bring the Blue Dragon King through the 1,000-star array. I will go back and report." The two fiends led Shao Chen through the massive and complicated 1,000-star array. As Shao Chen walked through it, he could feel a perception sweeping over him. There were even a few times when he felt a sense of danger. After passing through the 1,000-star array, the scene before Shao Chen suddenly changed. An incredible island appeared before his eyes. The island was tens of thousands of meters tall, with many rings stacked on top of each other. As it stood on the surface of the sea, it looked like a majestic mountain rising from the ground. Shao Chen was deeply shocked. He had never seen such a large and tall island before. Even the immortal statues he had seen before could not compare to this. Is this the Myriad Fiend Island? Why does it feel like calling it the Myriad Fiend Mountain is more appropriate? Aside from this island, there were no other islands in the sea region for tens of thousands of kilometers. It seemed like all the fiends in the sea region lived there. Who knew how prosperous this island was? "Brother Shao Chen, how come you have the time to come to the Myriad Fiend Island?" A person dashed across the water in the distance. With every step, the surface of the sea rumbled, kicking up towering waves. That person laughed loudly as he approached. When this person got closer, Shao Chen clearly saw that it was the heavenly spiritual body Di Xinhan, whom he had met at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. "You too can withdraw. I will entertain Brother Shao Chen." Di Xinhan walked over quickly and waved his hand, dismissing the two fiend race guards. "Yes, young master." After the fiend race guards bowed, they left respectfully. After not seeing Di Xinhan for a few years, Di Xinhan's strength had increased significantly. However, he had not reached the level of a consummation blue-robed emperor and condensed the vague form of a heart of an emperor. However, Di Xinhan was only a small distance away. He had sufficient fortuitous encounters, and he could break through at any time. Di Xinhan had improved a lot. However, compared to the demonic geniuses of the Kunlun realm in the astral battlefield, he was still somewhat lacking. However, Di Xinhan had the heavenly spiritual body. In a real fight, he might not be at a disadvantage. As Shao Chen sized up Di Xinhan did the same. After a while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I dozed off. When I opened my eyes, I discovered that I could not even see your back." Shao Chen said calmly, "Brother Di, you are too humble. I obtained the method to condense the heart of an emperor by chance. In the future, when I advance to martial emperor, your accumulations are not bad, either." Di Xinhan smiled gently and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Can you tell me what you are here for?" "When my uncles heard that you were here, they all came out. This is very rare. Can you tell me why in advance?" Shao Chen felt excited. It looked like the upper echelon of the fiend race was still very well informed. even though they had sealed up their information. They had a clear understanding of the situation in the Kunlun realm. Perhaps this would make things easier. Xiao Qin had a deep impression of this fiend race outstanding talent, who was willing to fight him fairly in the past. After thinking for a while, he told Di Xinhan the truth. After hearing that, Di Xinhan stopped and looked at Xiao Qian in shock. "Brother Xiao Qin, did I hear wrong? You are here to persuade my old ancestor?" Xiao Qin asked, "What's wrong? Is it very difficult?" Di Xinhan smiled bitterly and replied, "It is too difficult. This great-grandfather of mine has always been a man of his word. In my memory, no one has ever persuaded him before, not even in the past 1,000 years. When Xiao Qian heard that, he was flabbergasted. Then he smiled and said, "I'll give it a try. A great calamity is coming. No one can avoid it. I believe that Senior Fiend King can see it clearly." Di Xinhan nodded and smiled. "You are ambitious. However, the ones in charge of Myriad Fiend Island right now are my uncles. Great-grandfather has not appeared for a long time already. If you want to see the old ancestor, you will have to go through my uncles. Just this group of people is enough to give you a headache." "Oh, right, if you did not mention it, I would not have noticed. 2 days ago, people from the deity race came. At that time, I was cultivating and did not pay much attention to this news. Now that you mentioned it, they must be here for the deity Dao Union." Xiao Qin frowned slightly. This was not good news. The deity Dao Union was already strong enough. To think that they had not given up on any faction worth roping in. The two chatted as they walked. Soon they arrived at Myriad Fiend Island. The bustle of the island surpassed Xiao Qian's expectations. This was his first time seeing so many fiend race cultivators. Some of them had not even taken human form yet, walking the streets in their true forms. Such a scene could only be seen on Myriad Fiend Island. The islands surrounded each other, stacking on top of each other as they rose. The higher they flew, the denser the spiritual energy became. With Di Xinhan leading the way, the journey was smooth. No one questioned them. After a few kilometers, they were already deep in the clouds. The buildings on the islands looked even more ethereal, indistinct like immortal palaces. Chapter 13:26. As Xiao Qin entered, he completely forgot that this was an island. It was like a heavenly palace. The deeper he went, the more unfathomable he found it. "That is Fiend King Peak. My uncles are all there." Di Xinhan pointed to a peak in the clouds and took the lead to fly over. The vast clouds undulated. Walking in them was like walking in the sea, an extremely peculiar sight. The peak had been shaved into a huge platform with a vast drill ground. Several fiend race experts were currently exchanging moves with each other. Several gazes landed on Xiao Qin, revealing curious expressions as they whispered to each other. "That is the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin. I heard that the 3 Vice Island Masters are gathered in the Fiend King Palace. What a grand show! Aside from some of the major characters of the Holy Lord, it seems like the 3 Vice Island Masters have never gathered together before. Could it be that Xiao Qin is now equal to the major characters? I wonder if he is truly capable to be as miraculous as the rumors say." That's true. The rumors are too miraculous. It feels surreal. Given the sharpness of Xiao Qin's spiritual sense, he could even hear these voices. However, his heart was already as calm as still water, not minding them at all. Behind the drill ground was a tall, majestic platform with huge stone steps. Xiao Qin and Di Xinhan walked up step by step. When Xiao Qin stood on the tall platform, he looked around and saw 3 unfathomable fiend race old men with auras as heavy as mountains. They sat cross-legged on stone pillars, looking at him. When Xiao Qian met these gazes, he felt a slight prickling sensation on his skin. That was because the gazes were too sharp. This was especially so for one of the gazes, which seemed to be able to see through Xiao Qin, not leaving him any secrets. However, Shao Chun was no ordinary person who could see through him. With just a slight resistance, he resolved the other party's gaze. Di Xinhan stepped forward and introduced, "This is my first uncle Di Feng. He is an eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor, no weaker than the three holy lords of the human race. These two are my second uncle and third uncle. Both of them have the strength of the sixth celestial layer Emperor Wu." Level 6 was a hurdle. If he could not overcome it, he would forever be a greater celestial Emperor Wu. Once he crossed it, he would be crowned king. Shao Qin cupped his hands and greeted them one by one. His gaze focused on Di Feng. Needless to say, Di Feng's position was definitely the highest among the three Vice Island masters. "Sit." Di Feng extended his hand toward a stone pillar, gesturing for Shao Qin to sit down. With a light tap of his feet, Shao Chen imitated the three deputy island masters and sat cross-legged on it. Di Feng had a calm look in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Among the immortal Holy Lands, the Myriad Fiend Island is the most desolate and boring. Since the Blue Dragon King has come from afar, there is no harm in telling us directly. We demons are not good at beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it." As this eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor spoke, the emperor's might of this eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor spread out without a trace, spreading throughout the entire place. So, the gazes of the three Vice Island masters all landed on Shao Qin at the same time. The entire place instantly turned somewhat oppressive and heavy. When Di Xinhan saw this, he could not help breaking out in a cold sweat for Shao Qin. The might of the three martial emperors seemed to be directed at him. This was especially so since Shao Chen was sitting cross-legged. If he was not careful, he might embarrass himself and fall off. However, Di Xinhan could not say anything in this situation. If Shao Chen could not even get past this hurdle, there was really no point in talking. The more important thing was that there were many elders of the Myriad Fiend Island hidden behind the three uncles, watching Shao Chen. Speaking of which, Di Xinhan was the only one who was engrossed in cultivation and did not understand the situation outside. The upper echelon of the Myriad Fiend Island more or less knew why Shao Chen was here. Everyone knew that the Deity Dao Union's momentum was flourishing. With the addition of the three holy masters, the Haotian sect was immediately pushed to a dead end. Shao Chen and the Haotian sect were interdependent. There had to be a deeper meaning to him, coming to the Myriad Fiend Island at such a sensitive time. When the Emperor's might surged over, the pressure on Shao Chen multiplied. However, the Taiji Dao had already raised his mental state to the next level, comparable to that of a prime. The Taiji force field spread out in a small area. Shao Chen gently waved his hand, and the pressure immediately scattered with the wind. Shao Chen's small move startled the three Vice Island masters. To think that he could so easily resolve the pressure of their auras. The Haotian sect is facing a great calamity. I would like to ask the Myriad Fiend Island to help us at the crucial moment, Shao Chen said bluntly. Interesting. Your Haotian sect is facing a great calamity. What does that have to do with our Myriad Fiend Island? The gray-clad old man on Di Feng's left said with some mockery. The black-clad old man on Di Feng's right said in a similarly cold voice, "Blue Dragon King, you are really direct. You dare to say anything. Why should the Myriad Fiend Island help you?" Di Feng frowned and waved his hand to stop the two from speaking. Then he looked at Shao Chen and said, "Truth be told, the Deity Race's envoy just left and invited the Myriad Fiend Island to join the Deity Dao Union. I did not agree or reject. I just want to ask Blue Dragon King, what kind of conditions can you offer? When facing an immortal holy land like the Myriad Fiend Island, Tian Yushi and the others would definitely not compare it to the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. The conditions that the Deity Race offered were very high. This made the other two Vice Island masters view Shao Chen with some enmity. Shao Chen shook his head and smiled. I cannot offer any conditions. The moment Xiao Qin said that, the other two Vice Island masters immediately revealed expressions of disdain. The group of fiend race elders hidden in the shadows also burst into an uproar, feeling surprised. Even Di Xinhan felt somewhat startled. Could this brother Xiao Qin have come alone? When Di Feng heard these words, a trace of indescribable information flashed in his eyes. He quietly withdrew his emperor's might and laughed heartily as he said, "Interesting. As expected, heroes come from the young. In front of me, you actually dare to take advantage of me empty-handed. Xiao Qin, in the eyes of us old fellows from the start to the end, none of us truly believe that you are the Blue Dragon King." The other party was a true major character, an eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor, an existence comparable to the three holy masters. He was indeed qualified to say such words. Oh no, the three uncles are all angry. Di Xinhan thought to himself, oh no. Then he said, Uncle Feng, perhaps Xiao Qin has not thought things through yet. That's why. Di Feng waved his hand to stop Di Xinhan from speaking. Then he looked at Xiao Qin and said, Don't say anything. Let him speak. I just want to know who gave him the guts to be so frivolous before me, boasting shamelessly. Di Feng's gaze was piercing, and his words forced Xiao Qin into a dead end. The two Vice Island masters at the left and right revealed cold expressions. At the same time, they rejoiced in their hearts. This Xiao Qin did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. With one sentence, he said that he could not offer any conditions, directly offending Big Brother. When Xiao Qin said those words, he did not care about his own strength at all. He did not know what that meant. Countless gazes on the tall platform, some in the open and some in the dark, looked at Xiao Qin at the same time. This caused the atmosphere to become extremely stifling. Everyone waited quietly for Xiao Qin to speak. If he did not answer well, Di Feng might directly throw him out of Myriad Fiend Island. This would cause Xiao Qin to lose all face. He knew the consequences of speaking carelessly before a major character. If Xiao Qin quickly apologized and negotiated properly, there might still be a chance. Di Xinhan felt very anxious. However, when he looked at Xiao Qin, he did not panic at all. He did not know what Di Feng was trying to do. Xiao Qin avoided Di Feng's gaze. His eyelids drooped as he muttered to himself. Without any confidence, he said softly, I am only speaking the truth. I am indeed unable to come up with any conditions. I do not have any intention of disrespecting Senior. My Dragon's Gate has just been established. No matter how much I offer, I cannot compete with the deity race. I will always be suppressed. The two Vice Island masters on the left and right snorted coldly and said, At least you know your limits. Since you know that, then scram quickly. Myriad Fiend Island will not help the Haotian sect avoid this calamity. Ignoring the mockery of these two, Xiao Qin continued, Since that is the case, then why am I here to offer any conditions? The deity race offered such a great condition, but Senior Di Feng did not agree. Isn't that because he was waiting for me? Right after Xiao Qin spoke, he raised his eyelids slightly. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and he unleashed his aura without holding anything back. Xiao Qin's head of white hair moved without any wind. As his hair fluttered, it seemed like the hum of countless sabers could be heard. This was the aura that could be casually displayed when one saber Dao reached an extremely high level. The moment Xiao Qin said that, the entire place fell silent. The two Vice Island masters who mocked him were so shocked by Xiao Qin's words that they could not close their mouths. How could Xiao Qin be so confident, daring to show off his sharpness before a sovereign martial emperor? Could it be that Di Feng was really waiting for him? Xiao Qin, now that the Thunder King is not here, do you really think that you are the Blue Dragon King? Big Brother, just chase him away. To think that you dare to be so unbridled in Myriad Fiend Island. Xiao Qin, you must be tired of living. The two Vice Island masters at the left and right showed furious expressions, revealing murderous intent on their faces. Xiao Chen's confidence and arrogance thoroughly angered them. Furthermore, the two vaguely felt that something was wrong. Di Feng, the one with the greatest authority, looked incredibly furious and pressuring. However, in reality, it was just as Xiao Chen said. These two Vice Island masters had received many benefits from the deity race in private. Furthermore, they had obtained great promises. They simply could not allow anything unexpected to happen. Left without a choice, the two Vice Island masters could only turn hostile and stand up. Compared to the rage of the two Vice Island masters, the person in question, Di Feng, appeared strange and unfathomable. He was strangely calm with a smile on his face. Ignoring the two enraged Vice Island masters, Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and landed. Then he took a step forward and arrived in the middle. Xiao Chen looked straight at Di Feng and enunciated every word clearly. Senior Di, please tell the two Vice Island masters and the many fiend race seniors present if I was wrong. Whoosh! Immediately, everyone's gaze focused on Di Feng, this eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone held their breath, anxiously waiting to hear Di Feng's decision. At this moment, Di Xinhan felt admiration in his heart. This brother, Xiao Chen, is truly courageous. His bearing is extraordinary. Even before Uncle Feng, he can maintain such a demeanor, showing off his sharpness. After all, an eighth heaven sovereign martial emperor was a major character through and through. After holding a high position and accumulating power over a long period of time, one's aura would be so strong that it could subconsciously make others feel inferior and passive. Before everyone's eyes, Di Feng smiled gently and said, "That's right. I, Di Feng, have been waiting for you. Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. Indeed, you have not disappointed me, Di Feng." Chapter 13:27. What? The expressions of the two Vice Island masters on the left and right changed drastically in disbelief. The hidden fiend race upper echelon was similarly startled. To think that what Xiao Chen said was actually true. However, Xiao Chen wanted the myriad fiend island to side with him without stating any conditions. That would be too much of a loss. Not only would they not be able to gain any advantage, but they would also have to face a huge faction like the deity Dao Union. The gray-clad old man on the right said sullenly, "Big brother, did you say it wrong or did I hear wrong? That was not what you said when the deity race's envoy came." The third-ranking black-robed old man also said anxiously, "Big brother, have you really thought this through?" The deity race agreed to help us forge deity statues. Furthermore, they even told us the method to cultivate the power of faith in its entirety. This is a great benefit. Dong! Dong! Footsteps resounded. The many fiend race powerhouses, hiding in the dark, all walked out with cold expressions. As they looked at Di Feng, they all showed confused expressions. Without a doubt, these fiend race upper echelon all had the cultivation of Emperor Wu. There were more than 10 of them. They were all minor heavenly Emperor Wu, ranging from first heaven to third heaven. There was one 8th heaven sovereign martial emperor, 2 6th heaven greater heavenly Emperor Wu, and 10-odd minor heavenly Emperor Wu. Xiao Qin now had a clear understanding of the myriad fiend island strength. With the addition of a prime, the myriad fiend island strength could be considered at the peak of the immortal holy lands. Island Master D, you cannot push our myriad fiend island into a pit of fire. We want to meet the old ancestor and ask him to make a decision. That's right. We want to meet the old ancestor and let him make a decision. Let the Fiend King make the decision for us. We absolutely cannot stand on the wrong side. The group of fiend race upper echelon all voiced their dissatisfaction, wanting Di Feng to make a new decision. Di Feng remained unmoved. He said calmly, "Go ahead and meet him. Not to mention that the old ancestor will not meet you. Even if he does, it will be useless. My intentions are the old ancestor's intentions. The old ancestor personally instructed me to test Xiaoqin. If I am satisfied, I can make a decision. I don't believe it. I don't believe that the ancestor would make such a decision. The other two Vice Island Masters shouted in shock. Di Feng's expression sank. Impudent. All of you shut up. Boom. A powerful king's might spread out, causing the crowd to fall silent. Di Feng obviously had a high prestige on the Demon Island. No one dared to express their dissatisfaction when he got angry. I'll say it again. This is the ancestor's will. After pausing for a moment, Di Feng looked at Xiaoqin and said, However, just because I'm satisfied doesn't mean that I've agreed to it. I haven't made my decision yet. Xiaoqin, do you understand what I mean? Xiaoqin replied softly, Naturally, I understand. Senior wants me to prove that I have the possibility of advancing to Martial Emperor. If there is no such possibility, even if Senior appreciates me, you will not let the Demon Island jump into the fire pit. Di Feng burst into loud laughter. It's really easy to talk to smart people. If you were a little older, we could have become bosom friends. After saying that, Di Feng shifted his gaze and looked at the group of fiend race elders behind him. Then he pointed at them and said, Didn't you all express your dissatisfaction earlier? I'll give you a chance. Whoever is dissatisfied can personally chase this Blue Dragon King out. The moment Di Feng said that, the group of fiend race elders immediately started whispering to each other. The Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin, was very famous. Furthermore, he had killed Emperor Wu in front of everyone. His strength was extraordinary. Naturally, chasing Xiaoqin out was something to be proud of. However, if they failed and ended up getting beaten up instead, they would lose all their face. The fiend race dilly-dallied, but no one stepped forward. Such a scene did not surprise Di Feng. He shook his head slightly and remained silent. How about we attack together? Just as the many fiend race elders whispered to each other, no one daring to take the lead, Xiaoqin suddenly said something shocking. Di Xinhan was startled when he heard that. His jaw nearly fell off. Is brother Xiaoqin crazy? That is more than 10 Emperor Wus. Many of them are third heaven martial emperors. This Xiaoqin is going a little overboard. Even the usually calm Di Feng was somewhat shocked. Xiaoqin's words had indeed exceeded his expectations. Blue Dragon King, don't look down on us. Do you really think that there is no one capable in the fiend race? A tall and sturdy fiend race male stepped forward. His figure flashed, and he directly punched at Xiaoqin. Clearly, Xiaoqin's words were too arrogant. This person was somewhat angered and could no longer endure it. Xiaoqin looked around and determined this man's strength. He was a third heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. However, he was not at the peak of a minor heavenly Emperor Wu. Xiaoqin could deal with him easily. The burly man punched out, and the entire space on the high platform trembled slightly. A strong wind howled, and the waves surged deafeningly. This was one of the consummate techniques of the myriad fiend island, the divine wind and wave fist. One needed to cultivate two wills in order to cultivate this consummate technique to the peak, reaching the might of a medial grade, profound martial technique. Elder Han is making a move. Elder Han's divine wind and wave fist has already been cultivated to the peak. Few third heaven Emperor Wus would dare to clash head-on with him. With him making a move, even if he cannot defeat Xiaoqin, he can at least let him know how powerful he is and not dare to boast again. The two Vice Island Masters also nodded to themselves. With Han Lei making a move, even if Xiaoqin lost, he could stop Xiaoqin's rising momentum. The air of a king coming from Xiaoqin made the two feel some fear. They could not allow Xiaoqin's momentum to continue rising. They had to suppress him. Strong winds blew and waves surged. The man flew over with a flourishing aura. It was like he stood at the peak of the wind and waves, looking down at Xiaoqin from above. Qin did not move at all. Even though this fiend race emperor was already 10 steps away from him, he still did not move. Just as the man's fist, which contained both the will of strong wind and the will of waves, was about to land on Xiao Qin moved. Within the strong wind and waves, Xiao Qin seemed like he had turned into a fish. He gently swung his tail and dodged the punch in an inconceivable manner. To many people, Elder Han's punch had clearly landed on Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Qin managed to dodge it. This scene was exactly the same as when Xiao Qin caught the immortal fish in Frostwater Lake. He clearly felt like he caught it, but he caught nothing. Oh no! The punch with the flourishing aura struck empty air, startling Elder Han. Then he soared into the air and retreated frantically. However, as Xiao Qin dodged, he had already made a move. Xiao Qin judged Elder Han's retreating trajectory and grabbed Elder Han's wrist. It was like Elder Han had delivered himself to Xiao Qin. It was incredibly strange. Boom! Elder Han roared ferociously and punched with his left hand. He drove all the primordial energy in his body, and this punch was fast and urgent, displaying Elder Han's excellent reflexes. Xiao Qin smiled faintly, and his primordial energy split into two, one yin and one yang, forming a simplified Taiji force field within 10 meters. Due to the Taiji force field, Elder Han's fast and urgent punch met with heavy resistance. Xiao Qin was clearly right in front of Elder Han. He could strike Xiao Qin's face in an instant. However, he could not do so. Instead, Xiao Qin used the force to fight back. He grabbed Elder Han's wrist and swung it gently. Elder Han's body, which was in the air, spun around. Xiao Qin's raised arm moved smoothly like flowing water. It looked neither fast nor slow as he used the back of his hand to strike Elder Han's left chest. The two primordial energy under Xiao Qin's feet, one bright and one dark, chased each other, forming a Taiji circle. This made Xiao Qin look agile and graceful. Elder Han vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back 100 meters and landed heavily on the ground. Elder Han could not understand what was going on at all. He charged over with a ferocious aura, but Xiao Qin casually tossed him away like he was a toy. He didn't suffer any serious injuries, but his face was completely lost. When everyone looked up, they were shocked. Xiao Qin sent a third Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu, flying with one move with one hand. Xiao Qin withdrew his hand and stood upright. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, do you still think that I spoke impudently? In my life, I have never overestimated myself, biting off more than I can chew. However, I will not underestimate myself or undervalue myself. Senior D, please speak up and give Xiao Qin a chance to prove himself, to prove that he is not an arrogant person who speaks nonsense. Prove himself and give Myriad Fiend Island hope. Prove that Senior D did not misjudge me. Seeking a fight." Xiao Qin took the initiative to seek a fight. His fighting spirit blazed like fire, giving off a faint light that no one dared to look at directly. That was the pride and confidence in Xiao Qin's heart. In this life, he would never overestimate himself or underestimate himself. Di Feng's gaze revealed a trace of contemplation. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Di Feng was in deep thought. Naturally, he could tell that Xiao Qin's earlier performance had not used much strength. Instead, it was more of a technique. Borrowing force to fight force, using little effort to push back a lot of force, was not rare in the martial epoch. Di Feng knew this himself, and he was even an expert in this field. However, he had never seen it before. Borrowing force to fight force was able to be as calm and unruffled as Xiao Qin, graceful, quiet, and peaceful. Di Feng was different from the others. He thought more deeply. This technique of Xiao Qin's should be a unique Tao. It was far from as simple as borrowing force to fight force. The entire place turned solemn. No one dared to underestimate Xiao Qin anymore. Even the two vice island masters at the left and right could not say anything due to Xiao Chen's aura, fighting 10 Emperor Wu alone. If Xiao Chen truly possessed such strength, what else could they not be convinced of? Di Feng did not say anything. He looked at the two vice island masters at the left and right. If the Blue Dragon King can fight 10 of my fiend race elders alone and remain undefeated, I will be convinced and will not say anything more. Right, as long as the Blue Dragon King remains undefeated, I will have no objections. No matter where they were, the strong would receive the respect that they deserved. Clearly, Xiao Chen had already used his actions to prove his strength, obtaining the respect of the two vice island masters. In the two's opinion, as long as Xiao Chen remained undefeated, he was qualified to convince them. The reason was none other than the fact that even though the two of them were 6th heaven greater Heavenly Emperor Wu, they found it somewhat taxing to face 10 minor Heavenly Emperor Wu. However, Xiao Chen was not even a martial emperor, yet he had the guts to fight 1 against 10. Anyone would be convinced. Island Master D, please give us a chance. We are willing to fight the Blue Dragon King. 10 fiend race elders stepped forward and knelt on one knee, speaking in unison to Di Feng. Chapter 1328. Di Xinhan showed a slightly stunned expression. He had never seen such a scene in his life. He had never seen a person who could convince the proud fiend race elders to be willing to work together to fight the same person. As cultivators, they all had their pride. This was especially so for Emperor Wu, who was extremely proud. For a junior who had not advanced to martial emperor to say that he wanted to fight 1 against 10, this was a form of contempt, a kind of mockery. Under normal circumstances, no one would care about such a thing, feeling that they were lowering their status. The pride in their hearts would not allow them to do so either. However, today, on this Fiend King platform, Xiao Chen did it. He used his strength to prove that he was qualified to fight 1 against 10. This was not contempt or mockery. This was a fair battle between cultivators. Di Feng remained silent. Xiao Chen's aura flourished in the front, wanting to challenge him. The 10 elders behind him stepped forward and did the same. Island Lord D, please agree to our request. We are willing to fight the Blue Dragon King. The 10 fiend race elders, who were kneeling on one knee, spoke again. The fighting spirit in their hearts blazed like fire, soaring to the clouds. For no particular reason, it was for the honor of the fiend race. If the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen wanted to prove himself, so did they. Very well. Since you want to fight, then let's fight it out in full swing. I, Di Feng, will personally beat the war drum for you. Di Feng stretched out his hand and smacked the empty space where Xiao Chen was standing. Boom! The terrain of the platform immediately changed. The empty space under Xiao Chen soared into the air. 4 palaces flew over from the clouds at the same time. Bang! 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 They merged with the tall platform under Xiao Chen's feet. There was an ancient fiend race oil lamp on each of the 4 palaces. Boom! The oil lamps lit up, and the blazing flames formed an invisible barrier encasing the palaces. As the flames burned, they gave off a blazing light like the sun, scattering all the clouds above Fiend King Peak. Everyone in the entire Fiend King Island saw this clearly, feeling startled. The light is like the sun illuminating the sky. That is the ancient arena of Fiend King Peak. What's going on? This ancient arena hasn't appeared for thousands of years. Could it be that someone has issued a challenge to the 3 Vice Island Masters? Let's go and take a look. The Demon Island has not been so lively for a long time. So. Fiend race cultivators soared into the air from the rings of Myriad Fiend Island, rushing towards Fiend King Peak. A war drum stood in the corner of the arena. Di Feng's figure flashed, and he arrived beside the war drum. The sound of air being torn rang out. 10 Demon Clan elders flew onto the stage at the same time and lined up in a row. Blue Dragon King, Please enlighten me." The gazes of the 10 people were sharp and filled with battle intent. This battle was of great importance, so they couldn't be careless. Xiao Qin cupped his hands, bowed, and took 2 steps back. Dong! A war drum sounded, deafening like a clap of thunder. As the sound waves spread out, the boundless clouds and mist dissipated, and the Demon King Peak became clear again. If one looked from the bottom of Myriad Fiend Island, they would discover that a sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. It's the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. He wants to challenge the 10 Supreme Elders of our Myriad Fiend Island alone. Did I see wrong? You did not see wrong or see wrong. Island Master D is personally beating the drum. That is the Heavenly Fiend drum, which has not sounded for thousands of years. This is too crazy. Several Fiend race cultivators rushed over from the air near Fiend King Peak. They all exchanged looks with each other in disbelief. Crazy? Not crazy at all. In a one-on-one fight, without exposing too many of his trump cards, Xiao Chen's strength would be equal to that of a peak 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu. A peak 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu, would not be able to fight against 10 alone. He would be dragged down to death. However, the Taiji Dao borrowed force to fight. Its movements were unpredictable. Even if there were twice as many people, Xiao Chen would still be able to hold on and remain undefeated. In this Kunlun realm, the Taiji Dao was Xiao Chen's one and only trump card. Only he could fight against 10 alone, proud and confident, showing off his sharpness. Dong! Another drum rang out, igniting the flames in everyone's hearts in the arena. However, after the 3rd drum beat, Difeng suddenly increased his speed. The ear-splitting drum beat resounded in the sky. The battle hunger of both sides soared. In the end, the 10 Fiend Race Elders did not have the same mental state as Xiao Qin. They shouted and took the initiative to attack. The moment they attacked, they used inferior-grade, profound martial techniques. They were extremely ferocious, pressing forward with an indomitable will, not holding back at all. Clearly, the Fiend race wanted to end the battle quickly, not giving Xiao Qin any chance to drag things out. They used a thunderous barrage of attacks to strike Xiao Qin. The seemingly overwhelming attacks were complicated and densely packed, covering the entire sky. In reality, when the Fiend race elders attacked, they moved in waves of 3, orderly and orderly. They connected one after another, pushing forward layer by layer like the waves of the sea, unending. The cooperation between the 10 Fiend race elders could be said to be perfect, without any flaws. Xiao Chen did not dare to underestimate them. In an instant, he separated the Saber domain and the Taiji force field. However, he did not merge them. Tyrannical dragon breaks the sea. Wind roaring in the 9 heavens. Heaven extinguishing divine chop. The first wave of profound martial techniques surged over like the waves of the sea. Xiao Chen did not draw his saber, executing the subduing dragon, profound chop, to clash head-on. Retreat. The moment they clashed, Xiao Chen was knocked back 100 meters. The difference in strength was somewhat obvious. It was too much for one person to face 3 profound martial techniques alone. If not for the Taiji force field, he would have been knocked back even more. The merciless sea. Dragon roaming the 4 seas. Rage soaring. Right after the first wave of attacks faded, the second wave of attacks turned into an even more ferocious wave, charging over. Xiao Chen's figure spun around, and lightning descended from the sky. He completely unleashed his peak state of thunder, using the Thunder Dragon Chop to clash head-on again. Retreat. The waves swallowed up the Thunder Dragon, and blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips as he moved back another 100 meters. Thump, 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 thump. The war drums were even louder than thunder. The third wave of the most powerful attack arrived with the speed of a thunderclap that left no time to cover one's ears. Like before, Xiao Qin did not draw his saber. Instead, he calmly looked around. 3 waves of attacks, 3 people in each wave. There was still one person missing. If Xiao Chun was right, the last person would be the killing blow. Howling strong wind, merciless cold snow, soaring raging fire. The 3rd wave of attacks was different. The 3 attributes were brought out to their limits, mixing together and launching the strongest attack at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's figure twisted as he took 3 steps back. With each step, his body twisted at least 1,000 times, leaving behind many afterimages. When he could no longer retreat, Xiao Chen used the 1,000 frost battle snow profound martial technique to clash head-on. Bang! Xiao Chen vomited blood. This time, Xiao Chen moved back 100 meters. His complexion was pale. He was clearly severely injured. Again, the fiend race elders shouted in unison. Wave after wave of attacks surged over. The 3 attacked in one wave. When the 3rd wave was over, the 1st wave was more or less ready. With such continuous attacks, even 4th heaven martial emperor would have to kneel. Amidst the beating of the war drums and the arena that was as bright as the sun, wave after wave of attacks cycled through the arena countless times. Suddenly, before Xiao Qin could land after enduring the 1st wave of attacks, a sword light silently appeared. By the time Xiao Qin discovered it, it was already at his side. In the next moment, it would strike Xiao Qin. This sword strike was not only fast, accurate, and ruthless, but it also came from a crafty angle. The attacker waited for Xiao Qin to exhaust himself. After enduring several waves of attacks, when his mind was extremely fatigued, the attacker instantly attacked. It had to be said that this was an extremely brilliant move. What's going on? Where did this person come from? When Di Xinhan saw this sword strike that suddenly appeared, he was startled. His mind was already immersed in it. Each wave was stronger than the one before. Amid the tsunami-like attacks, Di Xinhan completely forgot that there was still one person who had not appeared yet. It was not just Di Xinhan. Several people did not expect this sword strike that suddenly appeared from the side. They were startled and caught off guard. Their hearts leaped into their throats. The surging waves of attacks were already hard enough to deal with. Now there was another sure-kill sword strike. How were they supposed to deal with this? I was waiting for you. Xiao Qin, who had been suppressed for a long time, revealed a sharp glint in his eyes. Thousands of afterimages merged as he instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. In his sea of consciousness, a sun-like saber energy exploded at the same time. The light was too dazzling, plunging the place into darkness. When the light reappeared, Xiao Qin had already sent out a saber strike. Xiao Qin chopped the sword of the sure-kill sword into pieces. The saber light was dazzling, and its might did not diminish as it continued to hack down. Not only did the swordsman fail in his sneak attack, but he even got knocked back by Xiao Chen's saber strike. The strong saber intent shattered the battle armor on that swordsman's body. Wounds covered his body as he tumbled to the ground. What was soul-stirring? The scene before Di Xinhan's eyes was soul-stirring. Everyone thought that sure-kill sword strike would reduce Xiao Qin to a sorry state, throw him into disarray or even defeat. Just when their hearts leaped to their throats, the sure-kill sword strike ended up being countered by someone else. This dumbfounded and flabbergasted everyone. Could it be that Xiao Chen had been holding back during that overwhelming attack, waiting for that last person? Di Xinhan's heart, which had risen to his throat, thumped heavily, pounding endlessly. Damn it! I really cannot watch this fellow's fight. My heart is about to jump out. Di Xinhan's heart, which had risen to his throat, suddenly slammed down. It pounded heavily, pounding endlessly. Damn it! I really cannot watch this fellow's battle. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. The 2 Vice Island Masters who had changed their opinion of Xiao Qin stood up in shock, not daring to believe it. The 2 Vice Island Masters who had changed their opinion of Xiao Qin, immediately stood up in shock, not daring to believe it. This is my demon clan's joint attack technique. If I didn't know this joint attack technique, I would have suffered a lot from the repeated attacks. How could this little guy be so calm? His mental state is a little terrifying. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, while experts see the artistry. The two Vice Island masters could tell at a glance that this reversal had something to do with Xiao Chen's frighteningly calm mental state. It could even be said that they were directly related. Di Feng, who was beating the war drum, had split his attention to observe the situation of the battlefield. When he saw this sudden reversal, he did not feel surprised. The show has only just begun. This little guy has a complete set of Dao, which is extremely suitable for fighting against many. After reading it, I might be able to gain something. As a sovereign martial emperor, Di Feng could see even further. His gaze was unfathomable. He imprinted every move of Xiao Qin in his eyes. At the same time, his mind was constantly simulating and analyzing Xiao Chen's various movements. Chapter 1329. The more he analyzed, the more he found it terrifying. Although each of Xiao Chen's actions seemed simple, there was a deep meaning behind them. That mysterious Grand Tao was far from being as simple as borrowing force to fight force, and it was deep, distant, and unfathomable. Then let's fight even more intensely. A lofty sentiment that had not appeared in his heart for a long time surged out. The drumming suddenly rose another pitch. Dong, dong, dong. The distant drum beats merged the lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness of this sovereign martial emperor. The sound of the war drum reached deep into the soul of everyone in the arena. Xiao Qin was influenced by this war drum. His heart pounded, and in the depths of his soul he could hear the drum beat. The blood in his body boiled and burned. Suddenly, his fighting spirit charged into the clouds. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and he no longer tried to resist the drumbeat. He allowed the drumbeat to sweep through his body from the depths of his soul. All right, then, let's fight. Taiji Saber Domain. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the Saber Domain and the Taiji Force field merged. The Saber intent turned into dragons, one bright and one dark, one yin and one yang. As they chased each other, they formed a vast Taiji diagram. Xiao Qin stepped in the middle. Seeing another wave of attacks coming, he took a step forward. It was as if his body had suddenly disappeared. All of his aura and attacks had been concealed. The three demon race elders who had just arrived lost their target and were momentarily stunned. Break. While they were stunned, Xiao Qin suddenly appeared and slashed with his saber, throwing the three of them into confusion. In this Taiji Saber domain, Xiao Chen's figure was faintly discernible, appearing and disappearing, sometimes in the light and sometimes in the dark. Once the 9 demons were thrown into disorder, they could no longer regroup. Gather together, don't panic. Be careful, Elder Feng. He's going to your side. No, wait, Don't panic, don't panic. We'll retreat one by one. When Xiao Qin drew his saber and broke that killing move, the situation of the battlefield tilted in Xiao Chen's favor. One man and one saber with white hair and white robes left the 9 fiend race elders flustered, unable to put up any resistance. The dragon roared incessantly, and the saber intent did not cease. The power of Taiji moved both fast and slow, changing unpredictably. It did not take long for the 9 elders to be riddled with injuries, and each of them wanted to retreat. Can you return it? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The 2 dragons under his feet merged as he executed the Taiji Yin-Yang chop. Within the Taiji Saber domain, this chop was as fast as lightning, disappearing in an instant. The armors and shields of the 9 demon clan elders shattered at the same time. After spinning around, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and floated down. Boom! The Taiji Saber domain exploded, dealing the final blow to the 9 fiend race elders. The vast saber intent was like a torrential rain. Space in the surrounding engine room exploded. By the time Xiao Chen landed on the ground, there was no one else standing in the arena besides him. All of them were covered in cuts and bruises, lying on the ground and howling in pain. However, these fiend race elders all had the golden body of Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen had held back when he attacked, so they did not suffer any fatal injuries. Otherwise, his Taiji Inang chop would not have been as simple as breaking the defenses of these fiend race elders. The sound of the war drums came to a sudden stop. Di Feng had not expected such a result. Di Feng had guessed that the Taiji Dao would not be so simple, just borrowing force to fight force. However, he had not expected that when he truly erupted, it would be so horrifying. The white-clad Xiao Chen calmly walked out of the cloud of dust. "Senior D, have I proven myself?" Di Feng was slightly distracted. After a while he guffawed and said, "Let's go." Without saying anything else, Di Feng soared into the sky with Xiao Chen, heading for the highest level of Myriad Fiend Island. The surrounding fiend race cultivators exclaimed. Di Xinhan's expression changed slightly as well. "We are going to meet the old ancestor." The Myriad Fiend Old Ancestor was in closed-door cultivation all year round, never coming out. Meeting him was like ascending to heaven for regular people. It was simply impossible. Even if Di Xinhan wanted to meet him, it was somewhat impossible. The summit of Myriad Fiend Island was hidden in the thick clouds. To the fiend race, it was like a divine platform. The remaining 2 Vice Island masters recovered their wits and quickly followed, soaring into the sky. By the time they caught up to Di Feng, they discovered that Xiao Chen was already gone. Only Di Feng stood alone in the clouds, looking at a mountain peak. That was the highest point of Myriad Fiend Island, the place with the densest spiritual energy. At the same time, it also suppressed the Myriad Fiend Island's luck. That mountain peak in the clouds was filled with mystery. At the same time, there was a strong might and pressure that deterred others from approaching. It was like they were afraid of disturbing a deity. "Where is Xiao Chen?" the 2 Vice Island masters asked. Di Feng pointed to that mysterious mountain peak, not saying anything. The 2 Vice Island masters appeared dispirited. They sighed and said, "He really went up? The last time I personally met the old ancestor was 1,000 years ago, before he advanced to martial emperor. Are we really going to agree to him and reject the deity race?" Di Feng said indifferently, "The 2 of you can forget about the benefits that the deity race offered. Joining the deity Dao Union will bring us many benefits. However, it will ruin the future of the entire Myriad Fiend Island. The old ancestor will definitely not agree." The 2 Vice Island masters blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, by joining the deity Dao Union, they, the upper echelon, could increase their strength and obtain all sorts of benefits. However, in the long run, the lower echelons of Myriad Fiend Island would be assimilated, unable to leave the deity race. However, why does the old ancestor want to meet him? Big brother, you should be able to make decisions about the Myriad Fiend Island now, right? Indeed. Who is the old ancestor? Even Emperor Forsaken does not dare to underestimate him. Why does the old ancestor want to meet him alone? The 2 Vice Island masters found this somewhat strange. They could not understand, no matter how much they thought about it, feeling very suspicious. Di Feng smiled faintly and said, "You do not understand, because you are not strong enough. How can the world that the old ancestor sees be the same as the world that we see? My guess is that the old ancestor and that Hao Qian Prime have similar goals. They both want to find their own fortuitous encounters from this youth." Their own fortuitous encounters? The other 2 exchanged glances, still feeling confused. The old ancestor still stood at the peak of the Kunlun realm. As a prime, why would he need a fortuitous encounter? After passing through the layers of clouds, Xiao Chen felt that he had broken through layer after layer of barriers, layer after layer, as though there was no end to them. Whoosh! Suddenly, the clouds parted, and the scene before Shao Qin changed. Then he landed on a mountain peak, and his body drifted down. At the summit of the mountain peak, an old man with white hair, white eyebrows, and a white beard sat cross-legged on a stone pillar. This old man looked very ordinary. However, his eyes were deep and bright, filled with an ancient aura. Who knew how many vicissitudes he had seen? Shao Chen was startled. This was the famous myriad law fiend master. To think that this was the true appearance of the famous myriad law fiend master. Shao Chen had seen several primes. Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Haotian Prime, and the Fox King. Aside from the overwhelming aura of primes, they all had an aura of transcending the mundane and returning to their natural state. This white-bearded old man before Shao Chen also had such an aura. Shao Chen was sure that he was the myriad law fiend master. "Greetings, senior fiend master," Shao Chen said with a cupped fist salute. The myriad law fiend master said calmly, "It looks like you passed Defeng's test. Tell me, how did you do it?" Shao Chen was flabbergasted. As a prime, could it be that the myriad law fiend master did not know what happened earlier? That was definitely not the case. There must be some other important reason. Something extraordinary. Who knew? The myriad law fiend master's next words rendered Shao Chen speechless, at a loss for what to do. You don't have to find it strange. Most of the time, I'm staring at the sky in a daze. I do not have the leisure to look at things. Staring at the sky? A prime staring at the sky in a daze? Shao Chen did not dare to probe further. He answered honestly, telling the myriad law fiend master how he passed Defeng's test. After the myriad law fiend master heard that, a strange look flashed in his eyes. 1 against 10? Strange. Little fellow, you clearly only have the strength of a peak third heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. How did you manage to fight 1 against 10? Shao Chen was about to explain in detail when the myriad law fiend master gently tapped the air, and a water screen appeared in the air. Figures flickered in the water screen, replaying the scene of Shao Chen fighting the 10 fiend race elders. The myriad law fiend master nodded repeatedly. Occasionally, he rewound some of the scenes, watching them several times. The steps of the fish dragon art were broken down into countless layers of afterimages. Shao Chen could see all the trajectories clearly. Shao Chen felt startled in his heart. However, he did not know how this water screen was made. This is an emperor treasure of the Myriad Fiend Island, the Heavenly Shark Mirror. It was refined from the eyeball of an old Heavenly Shark Fiend. Everything that happens on the Myriad Fiend Island can be seen by this Heavenly Shark Mirror. As the Myriad Law Fiend Master looked at the scene, he spoke at the same time, dispelling Shao Chen's doubts. Not bad, not bad. Did you comprehend this yourself? Movement and stillness, fast and slow, light and dark. It is like you can merge everything that opposes time, the Myriad Law Fiend Master said as he looked at Shao Chen after dispelling the water screen. Shao Chen nodded and said, "This is the Taiji Dao." This junior comprehended it by chance. Taiji. The Myriad Law Fiend Master gently tapped the air, and a Taiji diagram appeared in the air. 2 streams of black and white energy, swam around in the diagram. It looked like the great Tao of the world could be derived from it. The Myriad Law Fiend Master shook his head and stared at the Taiji diagram. It is too thin. It feels like it is missing something. However, it is rather interesting. I can play with it for a while. When Shao Chen heard this, he felt it was strange. Why does it seem like this Myriad Law Fiend Master is extremely bored? He has been here for so long, but he has not discussed any serious matters. Senior, do you agree to help the Haotian sect at a crucial moment? Shao Chen asked uncertainly, feeling somewhat nervous. The Myriad Law Fiend Master nodded casually. Since Defeng agreed, I will naturally help. You may leave. Leave. Xiao Qin felt that his thoughts could not keep up. He only took a glance and muttered a few words to himself. Then the myriad law fiend master dismissed him. Wait a moment. Your physical body cannot keep up. You should be cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art, right? You only managed to cultivate the second layer. You are far inferior to the Qing Emperor back then. You probably did not collect enough secret treasures containing dragon souls. The myriad law fiend master seemed to know everything. After thinking for a while, he tossed out a spatial ring to Xiao Qin. Here are some secret treasures refined by the descendants of the older generation fiend dragons after they died. Consider it a greeting gift for you. Right, it is fine now. Chapter 1330. As Xiao Chen held the ring, he was in a daze. He could sense that this myriad law fiend master was indeed an expert. However, why did this expert feel somewhat unreliable? Great chaos had already started, and a great calamity was approaching. However, this old man did not seem anxious at all. Senior, may I ask if you know the whereabouts of the Thunder King? Xiao Chun vaguely felt that this seemingly unreliable fiend master actually had great means and was extremely incredible. As the myriad law fiend master stared at the Taiji diagram before the Thunder King, a rare fluctuation appeared on his face. A sorrowful expression appeared on the myriad law fiend master's face as he sighed. Why are you asking this? Even if you know, could it be that you can go and find him? I do not dare to go to that place. Ying Zongtian does not dare to go there. Emperor Forsaken does not dare to go there, either. In that case, all the more you cannot go. Why? When Xiao Qin heard this, he was startled. Unexpectedly, this old man really knew the whereabouts of the Thunder King. Because since ancient times, aside from the Qing Emperor from 10,000 years ago, no one has ever returned alive. No one knows whether they are dead or alive, and their whereabouts are unknown. The myriad law fiend master said indifferently, hence, you can stop thinking about this problem. When you are strong enough, you will naturally know where that old fellow, the Thunder King, went. Many thanks, senior. Xiao Chen thought for a while and gave this old senior a deep look. Then, without saying anything more, he performed a cupped fist salute and left. The myriad law fiend master ignored Xiao Chen. He stared at the Taiji diagram and muttered to himself. Taiji Yin and Yang merged into one diagram? How did this little fellow do it? What a headache! Had I known, I would have left this little fellow behind and given me a proper explanation. If Xiao Chun heard this, he would definitely be speechless for a long time. He came out. He came out. Seeing Xiao Qin come out, Di Feng and the other two revealed expressions of joy. The two Vice Island masters rushed forward and asked, Blue Dragon King, what did the old ancestors say to you? Tell us. Right. What did the patriarch say? Xiao Qin found it a little strange. After meeting the patriarch, these two deputy island masters had been unreasonably enthusiastic. Di Feng smiled helplessly. Second brother, third brother, don't scare our guests. Xiao Qin, please don't be offended. The ancestor's status in our myriad fiend island is even higher than that of a deity. That was not all. The two of them clearly revered the Demon King from the bottom of their hearts. Xiao Qin sorted out his thoughts and roughly explained what happened when he met the Demon King. After saying that, the two Vice Island masters were astonished, and they looked at Xiao Chun with a trace of reverence. Impressive, Blue Dragon King. The patriarch actually spoke so much to you and even gave you something. Truly amazing. Looks like Big Brother made the right choice. Back then, when the ancestor saw me, he barely said a few words before impatiently sending me away. After Xiao Chun heard this, his heart finally calmed down. It turned out that the Demon King treated everyone like this, not just me. Di Feng smiled and said, It is not too late for the two of you to have such thoughts now. Quickly go and make arrangements with the outside world. Return all the things that the deity race gave us. Yes. Since the patriarch has spoken, How could we dare to disobey? I will pass on the patriarch's words. Those elders will not dare to object." The two of them received their orders and left. Before they left, they looked at Xiao Qin enviously. After the two of them left, Di Feng said to Xiao Qin, "Don't be fooled by the patriarch's indifferent appearance. In fact, he knows everything. If a person knows everything and has no expectations, how could he show enthusiasm? So don't mind him." Xiao Qin nodded and said, "I don't mind. I am already very satisfied with the patriarch's promise. The patriarch gave you secret treasures containing dragon souls. It looks like he values you a lot. You do indeed have an opportunity that caught his eye." Di Feng patted Xiao Qin's shoulder and smiled. "Go back and take a look. These secret treasures containing dragon souls should give you a pleasant surprise." After remaining on Myriad Fiend Island for 3 days, Xiao Qin left silently, heading for the next holy land. However, a storm was brewing in the heavenly starry ocean. The words Deity Dao Union suddenly rose up, becoming known to everyone. Although the Deity Dao Union had only been established for a short time, all sorts of news about it had already spread throughout the heavenly starry ocean. This was especially so after the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas announced that they would join the Deity Dao Union. This caused the Deity Dao Union's prestige to soar. Several ancient noble clans and many of the 9 ranks of the great families were trying to find out information. More or less, they all wanted to join the Deity Dao Union. Now that the Kunlun realm was in chaos and a great calamity was approaching, the peak experts were all in danger. The appearance of the Deity Dao Union was like a whirlwind blowing in the heavenly starry ocean. The news spread at a horrifying speed, becoming known to everyone. Furthermore, the news that the Deity Dao Union would attack the Haotian sect and completely rule the Kunlun continent also spread like wildfire. Immediately, all sorts of rumors about the Haotian sect spread everywhere. Everyone could feel that in this chaotic world, a storm was brewing rapidly. However, just as everyone thought that the Deity Dao Union would defeat the Haotian sect, the 2 Vice Island Masters of the Myriad Fiend Island suddenly revealed that the Myriad Fiend Island would help the Haotian sect at its most crucial moment, lending a hand to the Blue Dragon King. The moment this news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Many people did not expect this. As a peak holy land, the Myriad Fiend Island actually chose to side so early. After the news of Xiao Qin fighting against 10 alone and subduing many fiend race elders spread, everyone understood what was going on. So that was the case. The 2 pieces of news overshadowed the recent news of the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas joining the Deity Dao Union. Everyone knew that the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin, who had been in hiding for 2 years, was going to make a move again. Actually, everyone should have guessed that the Haotian sect and Xiao Qin's Dragon's Gate were interdependent. Now that the Haotian sect faced a crisis of life and death, how could the white-robed Xiao Qin not make a move? However, no one expected that this white-robed Xiao Qin, who had not appeared for 2 years, would subdue the Myriad Fiend Island, an immortal holy land, the moment he appeared. Given the Myriad Fiend Island's strength and accumulations, even if the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas worked together, they would not be half as strong as the Myriad Fiend Island. Furthermore, the Myriad Fiend Island had a prime overseeing it. This was a huge blow to the Deity Dao Union, which was at its peak. The moment this news spread, several of the 9 ranks of the great families, who were preparing to make contact with the Deity Dao Union, immediately thought of this and decided to wait and see. When the divine daughter, Tian Yuxi, received the news, she was distracted for a long time, not expecting this at all. The moment Xiao Qin made a move, he managed to pull the Myriad Fiend Island over to the Haotian sect side. More accurately, he sided with the Dragon's Gate's Xiao Qin. It was because of Xiao Qin that the Myriad Fiend Island agreed to help the Haotian sect. Without Xiao Qin, it would be hard to say who the Myriad Fiend Island would side with. Feng Wuji and Xiaoju, who traveled with Tian Yuxi, also did not expect such a thing. The joy of the divine dragon palaces of the four seas siding with the deity Tao Union immediately diminished, and they all frowned. "The two of you, what do you think?" "Tianyu," she asked as she looked at Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji. Xiahou Ju said sullenly, "We need to convince an immortal holy land as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we let this Xiao Chun continue to persuade them, our deity Tao Union will be at a complete disadvantage in the entire heavenly starry ocean. I know this. However, the immortal holy lands are not easy to convince. Furthermore, the divine sun is in closed-door cultivation and cannot come out. It will be very difficult for us to compete with Xiao Qin just by relying on the benefits that he promised." "Tianyu," she said somewhat dispiritedly. The myriad fiend island sided with the Dragon's Gate and returned all the natural treasures that she sent. This was simply too great a blow to her. This was especially so when she learned that Xiao Qin did not offer any conditions, relying only on his elegance to subdue the myriad fiend island. This made her feel even more depressed. "I know that those immortal holy lords are all heroes of the world. They value a person's elegance more. However, some factions might not do so, like the Northern Sea Alliance." This stunned Tianyu Shi. Then she shook her head and said, "Young Master Xia, you are mistaken. Who does not know that the Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief is on good terms with Xiao Qin? Xiao Chen would probably be able to convince them with just one letter." Xiahou Ju smiled and said, "The divine daughter only knows one side and not the other. The Northern Sea Alliance is very complicated. My father is on good terms with one of their vice alliance chief. The divine daughter has given me a certain amount of authority. Just leave this matter to me." When Tianyu she heard that, she felt excited. "That's right. The Northern Sea Alliance is an alliance formed by many factions. However, it is not very stable. All right, I'll leave this matter to you." Feng Wuji, who had been silent all this while, spoke up at an appropriate time. "Right now, we still need to know which holy land Xiao Chan is going to next." "Tianyu," she quickly answered, "according to the treasure master, Xiao Chen is already in the sea region under the Five Poison Sect's jurisdiction. He will enter the Five Poison Sect's headquarters soon." "Five Poison Sect?" Feng Wuji's expression changed. "This Xiao Chen is really bold. He even dares to rush over to the Five Poison Sect. I remember that the Five Poison Sect caused trouble for him during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. He even has a grudge with the Five Poison Sect's holy son. Is he not afraid of not returning?" A vague murderous intent flashed in Tianyu Shi's bright eyes. After some thought, he said, "I already made arrangements for this. As long as he really dares to go to the Five Poison Sect, even if he does not die, he will lose a layer of skin." Feng Wuji and Xiahou Ju exchanged glances. They both felt the murderous intent in Tianyu Shi's words, which was rare. The divine daughter, Tianyu Shi, seemed intent to kill and intended to directly attack Xiao Qin. That's it, then. When the personal disciples of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing Corpse God arrive, we will think of a way to make a trip to the Lunar Palace. That is the center of the entire heavenly starry ocean. Tianyu, she was not willing to say more about her arrangements for the Five Poison Sect. After that, they ended the conversation. The simple conversation contained a surging undercurrent. The seemingly calm heavenly starry ocean was filled with a chaotic undercurrent. The conflict between the Dragon's Gate's Xiao Qin and the deity Tao Union had already started silently, accumulating energy for an even greater storm. A monstrous battle was unavoidable. The victor lived and the loser died. As the deity Tao Union pressed on, Xiao Chen's situation was not optimistic at all. Even if he miraculously managed to convince all the holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean, he did not even have a 50% chance of victory against the deity Tao Union. The deity Tao Union in the distant Kunlun continent already held the initiative, gaining momentum. Only by fighting Only by fighting against the heavens and facing the difficulties head-on could one obtain that glimmer of hope. This was also why Shao Chun came to the Five Poison Sect. Chapter 1331. No matter how difficult it was, if Shao Chun came, he would have a 50% chance of convincing the Five Poison Sect. The Five Poison Sect was in the eastern sea of the heavenly starry ocean. 3 immortal holy lands occupied most of the vast eastern sea. Aside from the Five Poison Sect, there was also the Inyan Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy. The remaining sea regions were controlled by the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Aside from them, there was no space for other major factions. They were all scattered small sects that could not amount to much. The Five Poison Sect's headquarters was on Poison Cloud Island. There was only one city on Poison Cloud Island, Poison Cloud City. At this moment, Shao Chun was in an inn in Poison Cloud City. Shao Chun had already sent someone to deliver his letter to the Five Poison Sect 3 days ago. However, the Five Poison Sect had ignored him for 3 days, showing no intention of inviting him to their headquarters. Shao Chun was in no rush. He stayed in the inn and started cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. The Myriad Law Fiend Master's gift was indeed a pleasant surprise. Shao Chun had not expected that the ring that the Myriad Law Fiend Master casually tossed over contained an Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul. Furthermore, this was no ordinary Emperor-grade secret treasure. Although it was still a distance away from a primordial Emperor treasure, it was still a superior-grade Emperor-grade secret treasure. After refining this dragon soul, the blue dragon body nourishing art broke through the second layer in one go, reaching the peak of the third layer. After leaving Myriad Fiend Island, Shao Chun had been digesting the many benefits of this Emperor-grade secret treasure dragon soul. His physical body's defense had improved further, and his strength had increased wildly, reaching a horrifying 100 dragon force. Now, with just his vital qi, he could compete with some minor heavenly Emperor Wu, with a 50-50 chance of victory. After a few major cycles, Shao Chun opened his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense. Everything that happened and said and then entered his mind. Did you hear? Blue Dragon King Shao Chun fought against 10 Emperor Wu alone at Myriad Fiend Island and actually won. The deity Tao Union's momentum in the heavenly starry ocean immediately fell. Haha, that was news a few days ago. Who does not know about it now? What are you talking about? Now, there are rumors that say that Blue Dragon King Shao Chun is already in the Eastern Sea. You came to the Eastern Sea region? It can't be that he will come to our Five Poison Sect, right? He has a grudge with our Five Poison Sect, and our holy son has even lost face at his hands. Hard to say, hard to say. The cultivators in the inn all discussed the topics that everyone in the heavenly starry ocean cared about. Shao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and shook his head slightly. The headquarters of the Five Poison Sect still did not respond. They did not even send a manservant. Standing up, Shao Chun pushed open the door and prepared to go out for a stroll. Poison Cloud City could be considered a holy city, and it would not be a bad idea to stroll around. Shao Chun's figure flickered a few times, and he walked out of the inn. No one noticed how he did it. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you, but you went out yourself. Is this considered a chance encounter? After leaving the inn, Shao Chun raised his head and happened to see a group of people walking over. The one who spoke was the holy son of the Five Poison Sect. The holy son of the Five Poison Sect, Qining, wore red clothes. His handsome face exuded a sinister air, no different from his usual attire. Shao Chun still had a clear memory of Qining. This was especially so for his red clothes, which were exceptionally eye-catching. Shao Chun recalled that the first time he saw Qining was in Despair City, fighting with the Heavenly Province Academy's holy son. Shao Chun felt that it was unlikely that Qining happened to run into Qining when he came out. The other party had probably been waiting for him. As for the reason, Xiao Chen could guess it just by looking at the arrogant expression in the other party's eyes. It had to be a grudge from the past. This holy son still remembered it and wanted to take this opportunity to return it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had already forgotten about this matter long ago. Furthermore, his mental state had long since passed the stage of fighting to save face. Xiao Chen smiled to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. There were many people with Chunning, but only one caught Xiao Chen's attention. That was a black-robed, middle-aged man with the cultivation of a fourth heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. This person exuded a baleful aura that was extremely horrifying and deeply hidden. His eyes were filled with an unruly expression. As Qining looked at Xiao Chen, he was unconvinced. He gave Xiao Chen a sidelong glance, appearing to be mocking him. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied calmly, "It is indeed a coincidence. I was just about to leave and I ran into you." Chen Ying took out an invitation and said indifferently, "My father is hosting a banquet in 3 days to entertain some honored guests. However, if the Blue Dragon King has time, you can come over on the way." Chen Ying placed a heavy emphasis on the word "on the way" as he stared at Xiao Chen, wanting to see an expression of anticipation on Xiao Chen's face. However, Chen Ying was somewhat disappointed. When Xiao Chen looked at the invitation in Chen Ying's hand, he said softly, "If I have time, I will definitely go over. Help me thank your father for his invitation." Chen Ying did not show any anger or dissatisfaction as Chen Ying had imagined. He felt a sense of defeat, like he was talking to a major character when speaking to Xiao Chen. Chen Ying gave off an invisible aura that lowered Chen Ying's status. "This won't do. This fellow made me lose face several times already. This time, he delivered himself to me. This is a rare opportunity. I have to regain some of my reputation." Xiao Chen took the corner of the invitation. However, he discovered that Chen Ying did not seem to have any intention of letting go, still holding on tightly. Xiao Chen could not help frowning slightly as he looked at Chen Ying. Confusion flashed in his eyes. When Chen Ying saw Xiao Chen frown, he thought that the other party was angry. He rejoiced in his heart and smiled. "Blue Dragon King, I wonder if you have heard of the saying, 'The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years.' I'm sure you have heard of it. As the saying goes, the wheel of fortune changes. This year it is my turn. Think about how arrogant you were back then, showing off your sharpness and sending this young master flying with one palm strike into Despair City. However, you definitely did not expect that you would have to beg me one day. Just thinking about it is delightful." Chen Ying spoke very loudly on the streets. Furthermore, given his identity, everyone in Poison Cloud City knew about him. In mere moments, many people gathered. When they saw the white-robed, white-haired Xiao Chen, they all cast their gazes over. He is the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. Indeed, he is, as the rumors say, white-robed, white-haired, and extraordinary aura. The rumors are true. After he left Myriad Fiend Island, he really did come to the Eastern Sea. However, I did not expect him to come to our 5 Poison sect. His relationship with our 5 Poison sect is not that good. It is not just bad. Our holy son once suffered a great loss at his hands, nearly losing all face. Look, now they are making things difficult for the Blue Dragon King. It's over. If he wants to beg, he has to lower his voice and endure as much as he can. Now that he ran into our holy son, the Blue Dragon King is in for it. Some of the muffled discussions reached Chen Ying's ears, causing the smile on his face to grow wider. "Xiao Chen, if you apologize to me today, I will give you this invitation. Let me tell you, this banquet is very important to you. If you do not go, you will lose the entire Eastern Sea's 3 holy lands." Chen Ying held the invitation and continued proudly, "Beg me, and I will give you the invitation." Ha ha ha. When Xiao Chen, who was holding the other corner of the invitation, saw this, he could not help but feel bored. As Chen Ying threw his head back and laughed, he did not notice the mockery in Xiao Chen's eyes. He was still laughing nonstop. How could he not laugh? Why could he not be cocky? Xiao Qin thought about it. This was the person before him who defeated all the outstanding talents at the Four Seas Hero Gathering with one move. At the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, he received the attacks of 10-odd greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Not long ago, he fought 1 against 10, defeating 10 Emperor Wu's Blue Dragon King, Xiao Qin. He was the white-robed bladesman, conferred king at a young age and rising up. He was like a legendary existence. All the light of the world gathered on him. Everyone in the world paid attention to his every move. The most important thing was that Xiao Qin once humiliated Xiao Qin, beating him up with one move until he lost all face. Due to fate, he, the Blue Dragon King, came to the Five Poison sect to seek reinforcements. For the sake of the Haotian sect, for the sake of his own survival, he would go around looking for reinforcements. Thinking of this, Qin Ying could not help feeling cocky. However, suddenly, Qin Ying discovered that many of the cultivators in the air who rushed over after hearing the news were looking at him strangely, like they were looking at an idiot. What's going on? Qin Ying was startled. When he looked down, he discovered that the invitation that he had been clutching tightly had disappeared. When he looked up, he was dumbfounded. Xiao Qin had already finished reading the invitation. Then he closed it and said, "So, it is the people of the Yinyang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy. No wonder you are so confident." Qin Ying stared blankly in disbelief. He had clearly been clutching it tightly. How did the other party snatch it away? Furthermore, he did not feel anything at all. Even if Xiao Qin was stronger than him and he could not defeat Xiao Qin, he could still blast the invitation to bits in an instant. If Xiao Qin could not obtain the invitation, he would still be able to see the other party's disappointed expression. However, the script was different from what Qin Ying had imagined. Xiao Qin snatched the invitation away silently. Among the people accompanying Xiao Qin, only the black-clad man from the Fourth Heaven Emperor, Wu, could tell that Xiao Qin had used a brilliant technique to snatch the invitation away. "Xiao Qin, how bold of you! How dare you snatch this young master's invitation?" When Qin Ying thought of how embarrassing he looked earlier, he flew into a rage. He could no longer pretend to be refined. Xiao Qin did not get angry. Instead, Qin Ying got angry first. "Is that so? Then I'll return it to you. However, do you dare to accept it?" Xiao Qin said indifferently and expressionlessly. Then he gently tossed the invitation forward. Boom! A strong aura spread out. Xiao Qin's white robes flapped loudly, and his white hair fluttered without any wind. That invitation contained a boundless saber intent as it whizzed towards Qin Ying. Whoosh! The invitation had just spun around when a sharp light shot out from it. Caught off guard, a bloody wound immediately appeared on Qin Ying's face, inflicting incredible pain. The ordinary invitation card had instantly turned into a lethal weapon. This startled Qin Ying into retreating frantically, not daring to receive it at all. A figure appeared. The black-clad man moved forward and shielded Qin Ying. Then he stretched out his hand and caught the invitation. Buzz! The invitation trembled endlessly in the black-clad man's hand, buzzing endlessly. Strands of saber intent surged out, making all the cultivators on the street feel a sharp and inviolable sharpness. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all looked at Xiao Qin at the same time. Is this the Blue Dragon King? Unparalleled sharpness, unbridled, arrogant, and iron-like. Xiao Qin, are you trying to kill this holy sun? Qin Ying held the wound on his face as he angrily pushed away the black-clad man. Then he said to Xiao Qin hatefully, "You can scram now. When the Haotian sect suffers a calamity, my 5 poison sect will definitely hit you while you are down. As for you, when you walk the Emperor's road, this young master will definitely make you regret it for life." Chapter 1332. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads, feeling pity for Xiao Qin. The Blue Dragon King was proud and unyielding, but he was about to lose the 5-poison sect, a great helper. In the end, he was still too rash. Sometimes, no matter how proud or principled one still had to face reality. If one had to lower one's head and apologize, one had to apologize. Even if others were unreasonable, one had to take a step back. Otherwise, the gains would not make up for the losses. How could one be like Xiao Qin, sticking to his principles, not lowering his head or bending his back? Xiao Qin said indifferently, "I advise you to take back what you said. Otherwise, even your father will not be able to protect you. Take a closer look at the inscription on the invitation and see whose name it is." Qining was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Is it not my father's name?" Qian Ying snatched the invitation from the black-clad man's hand and opened it to take a closer look. However, after a while, his expression changed drastically. His eyes filled with incredulity. When the black-clad man saw Qian Ying's expression change, he turned his head curiously. When he saw the signature, his expression changed as well. Qian Ying showed a sullen expression. Before everyone's strange gazes, he walked over to Xiao Qin and handed the invitation back. Then he lowered his head and said, "My apologies. This young master was rude earlier. I hope the Blue Dragon King will come 3 days from now. I hope the Blue Dragon King will forgive me for my offense." Xiao Chen received the invitation and said indifferently, "Don't worry. I will definitely come 3 days from now. You can leave now." How hateful! Qian Ying gritted his teeth in anger. However, he could not do anything about it. There was no reason other than that the person who signed the invitation was someone that even his father could dismiss at any time. Such a scene shocked everyone. No one knew what was going on. No one knew why Qian Ying, who had been shouting incessantly earlier, suddenly became so pitiful, lowering his head and apologizing to Xiao Qin. Interesting. Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin. I look forward to your arrival 3 days from now. I, Gong Taihua, have heard of you for a long time. After Qian Ying turned and left, the man in black next to him walked up to Xiao Qin and said provocatively. The small farce slowly dissipated. Xiao Qin put away the invitation and watched Qian Ying leave. A faint smile appeared on his face. Indeed, he had come to ask for help. However, he was also giving the 5-poison sect a chance. Qian Ying didn't understand the situation, so he deserved to be humiliated like this. With such a commotion, Xiao Qin also gave up on the idea of continuing to stroll around. He turned around and returned to the inn. In the distance, in a pavilion, there were 2 people who had seen everything that had just happened. One of them was wearing the blue robes of the 5-poison sect. He looked old, and his forehead was covered in wrinkles. His eyes were filled with lethargy. However, his aura was as heavy as a mountain, like a great river, vast and mighty. If Xiao Chen were here, he would be able to tell that this old man in blue was a level 5 greater celestial Emperor Wu. It was just that his lifespan was nearing its end and he didn't seem to have much life force left. The special pattern of the 5-poison sect was embroidered on his chest. It was the proof that he was a grand elder of the 5-poison sect. Beside him stood a Protoss dressed in golden clothes. He had a head of white hair, and his eyes were bright and full of temptation. This person was no stranger to Xiao Qin. Back then, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, it was this person who fought with Lan Xiaofeng. This was a 7th heaven sovereign martial emperor with incredible strength. Even the Western Sea Dragon King Aolang was not a match for him. Lord Qin Xiao, is he the Blue Dragon King? The white-haired Protoss nodded. That's right. He's your target. Remember, you only have one chance. Furthermore, you must do it within Poison Cloud City. If Xiao Chen leaves Poison Cloud City, you'll fail the mission. What about what you promised me? Qin Xiao said indifferently. The deity statues forged by my deity race are divided into 9 grades, from high to low. For outsiders, they would usually cast a 9th grade god statue, which would not absorb a lot of faith power. If you are willing to accept this mission, I can forge a rank 7 deity statue for you. Then, joy flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. However, he still felt uncertain. Qin Xiu said coldly, "Are you doubting the strength of the deity race?" Although the strength of the deity race cannot compare to that of Emperor Wu at his normal cultivation, the increase in lifespan is genuine. If you are not willing, then so be it. I'll see what method the 5 Poison sect has to extend your lifespan. When the blue-clad old man heard that, his expression turned anxious. He said, "My lord, please calm down. It is not that this old man does not believe it. However, I have to verify it first." "That's good. Remember, you can make your move at any time. However, you have to do it within Poison Cloud City. It would be best if you can kill him. However, even if you cannot, you have to severely injure him and let him recuperate for at least half a year. Otherwise, you will fail the mission." After saying that, a light flashed, and Qin Xiu left this place. The blue-clad old man looked at the inn where Xiao Chen was, and dense killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Blue Dragon King, sorry for the offense. If not for this old man's lifespan reaching its end, I would not kill a junior like you." Whoosh! The blue-clad old man pushed off the ground and silently arrived outside the inn. However, just as he was about to enter, he suddenly pulled back. Then he turned around and quickly retreated. On a roof, the blue-clad old man frowned slightly. This Blue Dragon King is very cautious. His perception covers the entire inn at all times. With my strength, once I enter, he will immediately discover me and raise his guard. The blue-clad old man was not afraid of Xiao Qin discovering him. Even if Xiao Qin discovered him, he was confident of killing the other party. This was the confidence of the 5th Heaven Emperor Wu. What the blue-clad old man feared was that Xiao Qin would raise his guard and leave Poison Cloud City early. If that happened, all his efforts would be wasted. "Wait, the instant you walk out of the inn, I will make a sudden move and kill you in one strike." Killing intent flashed in the blue-clad old man's eyes. He sat cross-legged on the roof and looked deeply at the inn's door before closing his eyes. One day passed peacefully. The blue-clad old man opened his eyes once before closing them again, helplessly. 2 days passed, and Xiao Chen still did not come out. The blue-clad old man opened his eyes 3 times. On the 3rd day, the blue-clad old man did not close his eyes again, staring at the inn's door. People came and went, but the white-clad old man did not see a certain figure in white. "This fellow is really patient. He actually did not intend to come out for a walk after arriving in Poison Cloud City," the blue-clad old man said somewhat resentfully. There was still half a day left. If Xiao Qin did not come out by then, he would have to attend the banquet. That was the situation the blue-clad old man did not want to see. The banquet was held at the headquarters of the 5 Poison sect. The place was heavily guarded, and the experts of the 3 holy lands were present. Even if the blue-clad old man succeeded in assassinating Xiao Qin, he would not be able to escape unscathed. If the blue-clad old man really went to the banquet, he would have to kill Xiao Qin, preventing the 5 Poison sect from forming an alliance with the Blue Dragon King. Only then would he have a chance to escape. "Hey!" The blue-clad old man's eyes lit up, and he suddenly stood up. Xiao Qin walked out of the inn's door. However, before the joy on the blue-clad old man's face faded, a warship descended from the sky. That was the warship of the 5 Poison sect's sect master. Chunying's father had sent someone to fetch Xiao Qin. The blue-clad old man heaved a long sigh and said, "No matter what, I have to take this risk. I only have 10 years to live. I need the help of the deity race." A patch of rainbow-colored clouds covered the entire island in the sky above Poison Cloud City. The colors were bright, moving, and unchanging. The clouds looked very tempting. However, Xiao Chen, who was on the warship, knew that this was a poison cloud that even an ordinary emperor would not be willing to touch. Blue Dragon King, is this your first time coming to Poison Cloud City? A pretty girl dressed in green beside the blue-clad old man asked. Xiao Qin glanced at the girl who came to fetch him and nodded gently. How do you feel? This poison cloud can be considered the foundation of the Five Poison Sect. It has been passed down for more than 10,000 years before it reached its current scale. Xiao Chen answered honestly, it is rather shocking. It is an eye-opener. Is that so? In that case, I will be even more shocked. As the two chatted casually, the warship released an ancient ring of light and broke through the poison cloud. Then, the scene before them suddenly changed. Xiao Chen looked up and saw countless pavilions, mountains, rivers, tall buildings, flowers, and trees on top of this vast poison cloud. This was simply incredible. The headquarters of the Five Poison Sect was actually built on this poison cloud. Xiao Qin could even see many Five Poison Sect disciples breathing in the poison cloud and circulating their minor heavenly cycles to cultivate. The poison cloud that ordinary people did not even want to touch was a treasure in the eyes of the Five Poison Sect disciples, a treasure that they could not do without. Blue Dragon King, this way, please. The church master and a few honored guests have been waiting in the soft cloud pavilion for a long time already. Xiao Chen followed her into the air, flying through the many palaces and pavilions. After 15 minutes, the girl stopped on a crystal staircase floating in the air. Xiao Chen stopped as well and followed her up. Guards stood on both sides of the staircase every 100 meters. The security was extremely tight. At the end of the floating staircase was a pair of azure doors. Not just anyone could enter these doors. The maidservant gently pushed the door open and gestured for Xiao Qin to enter. He did not hesitate to enter with large strides. Inside the doors, the banquet had already been set up. Xiao Qin saw a dignified, middle-aged man seated in the host seat. This was Chen Ying's father, Qin Feng, the current church master of the Five Poison Sect, and Eighth Heaven's sovereign martial emperor. He had been in a high position for a long time, so he had a powerful aura around him that made others unknowingly feel intimidated. On the second seat, Lin Yun saw two familiar faces. One was the saint of the Heavenly Province Academy, and the other was the Inyan Utopia Saintess Insusu. Behind the two stood a strong, greater, heavenly martial emperor with a grave aura. Seeing Xiao Chen's arrival, Insusu's eyes flickered with boundless flirtatiousness. She was so beautiful that she was like a temptress that could steal one's soul. When the saint of the Heavenly Province Academy saw Xiao Chen's unsightly expression, the memory of him defeating Xiao Qin in a single move during the Four Seas Hero Gathering was still fresh in his mind. Chun Ying was also present. When he saw Xiao Qin, his face was even more unsightly than the saint of the Heavenly Province Academy. The greater heavenly martial emperors in the back, as well as Chen Feng in the host seat, were all sizing up Xiao Qin at the same time. Little brother Xiao Qin, have a seat. Chen Feng inwardly nodded his head and gestured for Xiao Qin to take a seat. In Susu and the two people behind the Heavenly Province Academy exchanged a glance, and they started to talk through voice transmissions. Chapter 1333. This Blue Dragon King is really bold. To think that he dares to attend the banquet alone. Haha, if he were not bold, he would not have achieved what he has today. Old Hong, what do you think of him? There's no rush. This is the Five Poison Sect's territory. We're not in a rush. Right. Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and sat down on his seat. A pretty maidservant immediately walked over and poured wine for Xiao Chen and placed spirit fruits on the table. A magnificent song and dance performance took place in the hall. Chun Feng looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Little brother Xiao Chen, there are very few people in the younger generation that I admire. Since you dare to attend the banquet alone, I offer you 3 toasts." After saying that, Qin Feng downed 3 cups in a row, appearing very heroic. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said some polite, words before returning the toast. When the wine cup landed, Xiao Chen felt an extremely sharp gaze on him, so he turned his head to look. It was Gong Taihua, the rather unruly fourth Heaven Emperor Wu, who stood behind him. When Gong Taihua saw Xiao Chen looking over, he smiled and continued to look at Xiao Chen in a flirtatious manner. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He picked up his wine cup and directly ignored Gong Taihua. Little friend Xiao Chen, I already know why you are here. However, I have to speak the truth. It is not appropriate for our 5 poison sect to support the Dragon's Gate and resist the deity Dao Union. My apologies. Qin Feng did not give Xiao Chen a chance to speak, directly rejecting Xiao Chen in a somewhat abrupt manner. The Heavenly Province Academies and the Yinyang Paradise's Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu exchanged glances, feeling extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng rejected them so decisively. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He just picked up his wine cup and silently took a sip. However, don't worry. The 5 poison sect will not stand on the side of the deity Dao Union and deal with the Dragon's Gate and the Haotian sect, Qin Feng added, expressing his stance and choosing to remain neutral. Putting down the wine cup, Xiao Chen nodded and said, I know. When I saw this poison cloud, I knew the 5 poison sect's decision. This poison cloud has been accumulating for 10,000 years, so I'm afraid that it has gained sentience. It's enough for the 5 poison sect to stay out of it, watch from the sidelines, and even rise up in the chaos. Qin Feng's expression changed. Evidently, he had not expected that Xiao Chen would be able to see through the 5 poison sect's trump card with a single glance. The poison cloud has a spirit. Sect Master Qin, your honorable sect, really hit it well. The 2 greater heavenly sovereigns from the Heavenly Province Academy and Yinyang Utopia were shocked. Qin Feng looked straight at Xiao Chen. How did you know? This was a great secret of the 5 poison sect. Very few people knew about it. The poisonous cloud in the sky had indeed developed a spirit and possessed life. However, when the poisonous cloud was awakened, it could erupt with the strength of a prime. Extremely horrifying. Xiao Chen said indifferently, after 2 years in the lower realm, I comprehended a Taiji Dao and am extremely sensitive to the existence of living beings. At first, I only had some suspicions. However, after seeing Sect Master's expression, I am now certain. Qin Feng's face sank. This fellow actually dug a trap for him. However, he quickly recovered and laughed loudly. Good eyes, good eyes. Sect Master, I feel that this song and dance performance is too bland. Since the Blue Dragon King is here, how about I fight with the Blue Dragon King to liven things up for everyone? The Blue Dragon King fighting against 10 alone is something that I have long heard about. I have long wanted to see it for myself. Just at this moment, Gong Taihua, who was behind Qining, suddenly stepped forward and said in an extremely provocative manner, a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Everyone else was somewhat shocked. Qining was a 4th Heaven Emperor Wu, having already crossed the threshold of a lesser Heavenly Emperor Wu. He was fundamentally different from a 3rd Heaven Emperor Wu. Challenging Xiao Chen was a little too shameless. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. What's wrong with this person? The first time he saw me, he had an unconvinced look on his face. Not only did he fall at the banquet, he even directly challenged me, making me feel disgusted for no reason. Qin Feng looked at Xiao Chen and said, Little friend, what do you think? Xiao Chen felt disgusted and did not want to fight with this person. He coldly rejected. I fought against 10 alone because I relied on a martial Dao. I do not dare to fight with a 4th Heaven Emperor Wu, like Senior Gong. Haha. Gong Taihua curled his lips and mocked. Looks like some people are only SOSO. The rumors are just SOSO. You still want to convince the 5 poison sect? I'm afraid you can't even pass your own great trial of wind and fire. He looked at Xiao Chen and said arrogantly, If you want to fight, I can only use half of my strength. If I use more than half, I lose. These words made Chen Feng, who was on the main seat, frown. This was a little too much. He waved his hand and said, "Elder Gong, since the Blue Dragon King is not willing, you can leave first." Unexpectedly, Chen Feng did not leave. "Sect leader, I'm afraid you don't know. 3 days ago on the street, this Blue Dragon King humiliated the saint. This Azure Dragon King ruthlessly humiliated the Holy Sun. At that time he was very arrogant. Unexpectedly he is now a coward. Gong Taihua! Everyone knows that you are blinded by greed and want to use the Blue Dragon King to increase your reputation. If you are really capable, then suppress your strength to the same level as the Azure Dragon King. Otherwise, don't come up with any nonsensical excuses." The saintess of the Yin-Yang Wonderland could not stand it anymore. She frowned and said in disgust, "Humph, I can't be bothered to talk to a silly girl like you. Let me ask you one more time. Blue Dragon King Shao Chen, do you dare to fight me?" Gong Taihua took a step forward and said aggressively. His words were filled with boundless arrogance. Everyone in the banquet was stunned by the sudden turn of events. This Gong Taihua had made up his mind to ruthlessly humiliate Shao Chen today. He would not stop until he achieved his goal. Chening, the saint of the 5 poison sect, drank a mouthful of wine with a cold expression. He looked at Shao Chen and revealed a cold smile. That's right, this Chen Feng was so arrogant. Other than wanting to step on Shao Chen and increase his reputation, it was also because of Chun Ying's instigation behind the scenes. The scene 3 days ago had humiliated Chening. Now that he knew his father's intention, he had to step on Shao Chen. How could the greater celestial Emperor Wu lose against the Blue Dragon King? There's no need for that. You can say whatever you want. You. Chen Feng clenched his teeth in anger. Even at this point, Shao Chen was still indifferent. Chen Feng, who was eager to fight, wanted to rush up and make a move. No matter how Chen Feng tried to provoke him, Shao Chen ignored him. Looking at the anger on Chen Feng's face, Chen Feng did not lose interest. Wasn't this the kind of person a clown was used to describe? At the same time, on the floating walkway of Qingyan Restaurant, the old man in blue walked over step by step. With every step he took, the suppressed aura in his body grew stronger. "Greetings, Elder Ma." The guards on both sides bowed when they saw him. Evidently, he had a high position in the 5 poison sect. He did not respond and continued walking. When he reached the end of the walkway, the aura of a 5th Heaven Emperor was as fierce as a volcano. "Open the door," he said in a low voice. The doormen on both sides opened the door without hesitation. Elder Ma, why are you here?" "Men, bring a table and a chair over." On the main seat, Chen Feng was slightly surprised. However, he did not notice the change in Elder Ma's expression. He turned his head and instructed the maidservant beside him. While Zhang Xian was distracted, Elder Ma's aura burst forth from his body. With a deafening bang, a gust of qi swept out, blowing Yin Susu and the others back. The old man in blue drew his sword and turned it into a black, venomous dragon that pierced toward Chen Feng. He was less than 100 meters away from Shao Chen. Suddenly, he unleashed his peak strike. No one had expected such a sudden change in the situation. Chen Feng's mouth was wide open. He did not expect this at all. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. In an instant, he seemed to see Shao Chen being torn into pieces by this sword. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He had never thought of killing Shao Chen. The Thunder King was missing, not dead. If the Thunder King took revenge, Chen Feng would lose all 9 of his lives here. Within 100 meters, there was no way for Shao Chen to dodge the peak attack of a 5th Heaven Martial Emperor that had been storing up power for a long time. Everyone cried out in their hearts. This was a sure death situation. The moment the blue-robed old man entered, he attacked immediately. He did not waste any words or show any signs. His target was Shao Chen. The instant the other party made his move, Xiao Chen's heart sank. An aura of death spread in his heart. All the hair on Xiao Chen's body stood on end, and his body suddenly turned cold. This was a premonition of danger that he had not felt in a very long time. Xiao Chen did not even have time to think. If he wasted even a fraction of a second, he would die under the peak attack of this fifth heaven Emperor Wu. Explode! With his life hanging by a thread, Xiao Chen ferociously slammed his palm on the table. 3 spots of saber energy, as dazzling as the sun, erupted in his sea of consciousness. Since Xiao Chen comprehended saber energy, this was his first time activating 3 strands of saber energy at the same time. In that instant, Xiao Chen gave off a dazzling golden light, even more dazzling than the sun during the day. This was because that blazing sun was several tens of thousands of kilometers away and could be seen with the naked eye. However, as Xiao Chen was too close, the light on his body could not be seen with the naked eye. Pussy eye! With a pop apart from Chin Feng, the eyes of everyone present started bleeding from the piercing pain. It was incredibly painful, temporarily blinding them. Closely following that, an overwhelming saber intent soared into the sky from Xiao Chen's body. It instantly pierced through the roof of the soft cloud pavilion, which was covered in formations. All the disciples of the 5 poison sects' headquarters above the poison cloud could see a saber light as bright as the blazing sun soaring into the clouds. Before this saber light, all the light in the surroundings dimmed. Suddenly the world turned dark. As for the inside of the pavilion, needless to say, it was plunged into boundless darkness. The saber intent that suddenly erupted from Xiao Chen's body finally managed to suppress the blue-robed old man's aura. The shock waves that erupted from the 2 clashed and exploded ferociously. The shock waves affected the entire soft cloud pavilion, causing it to shake violently. Although all this happened very slowly, it was only 1,000th of a breath of time. There was no time for anyone to think. The blue-robed old man's aura was slightly hindered. However, the peak attack that he executed after storing up power still advanced forward. Xiao Chen did not pause at all. He activated the 3 strands of saber energy. Just as the other party's sword was about to pierce his chest, he quickly moved back. Chapter 1334. Fish Dragon Art, like a fish in water, thousands of changes. Xiao Chen moved back step by step. His body was like a fish in water, swaying back and forth. He left behind many afterimages, layered over each other, looking hazy and blurry. Amid the thousands of afterimages, Xiao Chen's true body seemed to be hidden in a water screen, looking very blurry. However, the blue-robed old man had locked onto Xiao Chen's aura from the very start. No matter how Xiao Chen changed, the 3-meter-long sword kept pressing forward, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to move. After taking 10 steps back, Xiao Chen could no longer retreat. The blue-robed old man shouted, "Die! Don't even think about it." Xiao Chen roared in response. At this critical moment of life and death, he brought out all his potential. Fish Dragon Art, Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, shaking the heavens in one rage. Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed. The spirit fish turned into a dragon as he drew his saber in anger. When the lunar shadow saber was drawn, the thousands of afterimages merged. Light and shadow changed in the darkness. Thousands of dazzling beams of light shot out from Xiao Chen's body, condensing into a heavy and sharp saber intent. The dazzling beams of light from the saber intent pierced the rather vast space, riddling it with holes. Dang! The moment Xiao Chen drew his saber, he managed to block that horrifying sword strike. A thunderous sound resounded throughout the entire 5 poison sect. Countless houses, buildings, pavilions, and small courtyards were shaken to pieces. Xiao Chen took 3 steps back. With each step, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. By the time Xiao Chen finished taking 3 steps back, his complexion was already frighteningly pale. Cracks appeared in his hands, which he used to block his saber. The pain was numb. Based on Xiao Chen's condition, it was clear that he was severely injured. However, he managed to block this sure-kill sword strike. As long as Xiao Chen blocked it, he created a chance for himself to survive. Everyone present was greatly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to block the peak sword strike of the Fifth Heaven Emperor Wu, a sure-kill move. On the host's seat, Chen Feng showed an extremely sullen expression. He shouted coldly and threw a palm strike at the blue-robed old man. This palm strike contained Chen Feng's full power, not showing any mercy. The dense killing intent made the air as viscous as ink. If the blue-robed old man dared to block it, he would definitely die. Only by retreating would he have a chance at survival. For him to be so heavy-handed and merciless, one could imagine how angry Chen Feng was. This kind of person who placed him in a disadvantageous position was equivalent to betrayal and had to be killed. When Xiao Chen saw Chen Feng making a move, he heaved a sigh of relief. If Chen Feng had not made a move with his current condition, he would not have been able to block this attack. Do you think you are safe now? Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, you will die today. A jade slip appeared in the blue-robed old man's hand, and he crushed it. The blue-robed old man and Xiao Chen vanished simultaneously. It was like they had left this world. Bang! With the sudden disappearance of the two of them, Chen Feng's furious attack naturally missed its target and landed on the ground. The entire building collapsed with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments that fluttered about in the air. The soft cloud pavilion was equipped with formations. Fighting Emperor Wu would not be a problem. However, after receiving Xiao Chen's overwhelming saber aura, the blue-robed old man's peak attack, and Chen Feng's furious attack, it was within expectations that they could not withstand it. When Chen Feng and the others arrived at where Xiao Chen and the blue-robed old man disappeared, they were all at a loss. After losing their sight temporarily, Yin Susu and the others recovered their vision. They were all astonished, their brains short-circuiting. What's going on? Why did Xiao Chen and that blue-robed old man suddenly disappear? Yin Susu asked, feeling extremely confused. Chen Feng clenched his teeth and said, "It's the dimensional talisman, a dimensional talisman unique to the deity race. It can create a separate dimension, independent of the Kunlun realm. Unless a prime makes a move, no one will be able to affect the two of them in that small dimension." Ah, the expression of the red-clothed lady behind Yin Susu changed. Doesn't that mean that the Blue Dragon King is dead for sure? It's over. We are all going to be implicated this time. The scholarly old man from the Heavenly Province Academy had an unsightly expression as well. He said coldly, "Sect Master Qin is truly unfathomable. First, he hid the poison spirit from us, and now he still has this trick up his sleeves. How brilliant!" Chen Feng's expression was extremely gloomy, but he did not say anything. At this moment, the only one that was happy was probably Gong Taihua, who had been mocking Chen Feng earlier. That was a close call. He even managed to withstand the peak attack of the Fifth Heaven Emperor Wu. If he had accepted my challenge, I would have made a fool of myself in front of everyone and lost all my face. Fortunately, this fellow is dead for sure today. How can he survive being in the same dimension as a Fifth Heaven Emperor? In the small dimension, the blue-robed old man's tense heart relaxed instead. He had been extremely nervous during the assassination outside, fearing that Chen Feng would see through his disguise. Now that the blue-robed old man was in this small dimension, he could do whatever he wanted. He was just a brat who had not advanced to martial emperor. There was no need to disturb him. "Blue Dragon King, sorry for the offense. This old man's lifespan is almost up and I need your head. I will exchange it for another 500 years of my lifespan. Sorry for the offense." The blue-robed old man had a relaxed expression as he smiled faintly. While the blue-robed old man was relaxed, Xiao Chen was even more relaxed. In the soft cloud pavilion he had been restrained, worried about exposing his trump cards. In this mysterious space he could go all out. With so many trump cards, it would be strange if he could not toy with the other party to death. Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, "It might not go as you wish. Not only will you not live for 500 years, but you will also have to hand over your life here today." When the blue-robed old man heard that, he laughed loudly. "Blue Dragon King, unless you have a primordial emperor treasure that can break through this dimension, even a deity will not be able to save you. Is that so?" Shao Chun smiled coldly and ferociously through a palm strike. All the heavenly snow divine flame in the Buddhist lamp in the world in his palm surged out. Heavy snow flew, and the divine flame covered the sky. In an instant, the space in front turned into a land of ice. Before the blue-robed old man could react, the heavenly snow divine flame trapped him, burning him with ice and fire. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared in the space that the ice and fire froze. 3 seconds later, the blue-robed old man soared into the sky in a sorry state. After breaking free, he laughed loudly. "Just an insignificant divine flame, and you want to burn me to death? A junior like you doesn't understand the might of a greater heavenly martial emperor." However, after the blue-robed old man finished laughing, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong. Shao Chen had disappeared. Instead, 2 pillars as thick as mountains appeared in front of the blue-robed old man. There was also a powerful aura that rumbled down like a godly mountain descending from the sky. When the blue-robed old man looked up, he revealed an extremely horrified expression, completely stupefied. He swore that he had never seen such a scene in his life. Pa! A huge hand suddenly descended, smashing the blue-robed old man, who had just broken free, into a pool of blood. The might of Dermic world vanished, and Shao Chen's figure shrank, returning to his original form. With ample time to execute his major magic skill, Shao Chen did not suffer any severe repercussions. His expression remained the same, just somewhat unsightly. Boom! After the blue-robed old man died, the dimension shattered. The white-robed, white-haired Shao Chen with a treasured saber at his waist suddenly appeared. When the few powerhouses who were worried about how to deal with the aftermath of Shao Chen's death saw this familiar figure, they were so startled that their eyeballs nearly fell out. Naturally, the one with the most interesting expression was Gong Taihua. The dimension shattered, and Shao Chen walked out alive. In that case, there was only one possibility. The blue-robed old man was dead. Everyone's minds buzzed. A 5th heaven martial emperor died, and the one who walked out alive was actually Shao Chen. This was too inconceivable. Chun Feng walked over with a smile and said, "Little friend Shao Chen, is it really you?" Shao Chen nodded and said, "Yes, it is me." "Today's matter," Shao Chen smiled and said, "I know. There is no need for Sect Master to explain. If Sect Master wanted to kill me, you had 1,000 ways to do it silently. How could you be so clumsy, sending an elder to kill me in the headquarters?" Chun Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The Blue Dragon King, Shao Chen, was indeed as generous as the rumor said. In Susu's smile was like a flower. Her clear eyes sparkled as she looked at Shao Chen. She curled her lips and said, "Young Master Shao is truly incredible. You even killed a 5th heaven martial emperor. I recall that a certain 4th heaven martial emperor was very boastful, saying that he could defeat the Blue Dragon King with only half his strength." In Susu's laughter was like a mountain spring, extremely ear-piercing in Gong Taihua's ears. Gong Taihua lowered his head in shame, unable to refute her words. How could he refute? Did he have to prove that he was stronger than a 5th heaven martial emperor? Clearly that was impossible. Not only was he weaker than the blue-robed old man, but he was also much weaker. However, now that Shao Chen had even killed the blue-robed old man, it was like a heavy slap to his face. "Weren't you always arrogant and despotic, saying that the other party was a coward and was only SOSO. Now, Xiao Chen had directly killed a fifth Heaven Martial Emperor. What could be more convincing than this to slap his face with reality? But now he was just a small character. Just like what Xiao Qin said earlier, he was just a clown. Xiao Qin did not reply to Yin Susu. The others only looked at him with disdain and ignored him. Xiao Qin cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, thank you for your hospitality. I'm afraid I have to take my leave first." Instantly, Qin Feng felt disappointed and frustrated, as if something was stuck in his throat. "Young Master Xiao, after leaving the Five Poison Sect, how about you come to our Yin-Yang Paradise? We sisters have long wanted to see the true face of the Blue Dragon King." Yin Susu stepped forward and approached Xiao Qin, doing her best to invite him. The Heavenly Province Holy Sun received the voice projection from the elder behind him. He stepped forward as well and invited Blue Dragon King, "How about you come to my Heavenly Province Academy? My Heavenly Province Academy has many historical sites, even remnants from the Immortal epic. The Blue Dragon King will definitely be interested." Seeing that Xiao Chen could even kill a fifth Heaven Martial Emperor, the attitudes of the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy changed drastically. On the other hand, Qin Feng, who had wanted to remain neutral earlier, felt regret in his heart when he saw the situation. However, he could not bring himself to do so, feeling regret. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Both sides were inviting him at the same time, putting him in a difficult position. He did not know where to go. However, this fixation was a happy one. If Tianyu she knew that not only did the assassination he arranged not work, but it even helped Xiao Qin, he would probably be frustrated to death. Even if he wanted to cry, he would not be able to do so. What could be more frustrating than this? Chapter 1335. Haha, Blue Dragon King, since you are already here, why are you in such a rush to leave? Just at that moment, a burst of laughter rang out in the sky. An imposing old man slowly walked over. A powerful aura emanated from his body, causing everyone to feel a wave of pressure. This was a Ninth Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor, an existence comparable to the three holy masters of the human race. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he guessed the other party's identity. The Five Poison Old Man on the invitation was the one before him. When Qin Feng saw this old man, he immediately went forward to welcome him respectfully. "Old Sect Master, why are you here?" The Five Poison Old Man snorted coldly. "Qin Feng, you have to give me an explanation for the assassination of the Blue Dragon King. I told you to entertain the Blue Dragon King, but the Blue Dragon King nearly died. If this news spreads, how will the Five Poison Sect keep its face? If the Haotian Prime questions it, I will not know where to hide my old face." Qin Feng lowered his head and said, "Old Sect Master, you are right. In the Five Poison Sect, the one with the highest authority was not the current Sect Master, but the retired old Sect Master." Xiao Qin was somewhat surprised. He had not expected that the old Sect Master, who had already made his decision, would appear again. In that case, would the situation in the Five Poison Sect change? The Five Poison Old Man asked the old men from the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy. The Five Poison Old Man said to the old men from the Yin-Yang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy, "Ha, of course. Naturally, we do not have any objections." The two quickly nodded in agreement and left Xiao Chen's side at the same time. After a while, Xiao Chen and the Five Poison Old Man appeared on the roof of a pavilion. When the Five Poison Old Man saw Xiao Chen, the first thing he asked was, "Blue Dragon King, can you tell me how you killed that Fifth Heaven Martial Emperor?" Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before opening his palm, and a Buddhist lamp slowly rose up. A hazy Buddhist voice echoed in the area. The Saraira floated in the air, giving off rings of Buddhist light. Within the Buddhist light, one could vaguely see an illusory Buddha. The Five Poison Old Man narrowed his eyes as he stared at the heavenly snow divine flame in the Buddhist lamp. He asked uncertainly, "This is a primal chaos-level flame?" Xiao nodded. "I just nurtured the primal chaos-level heavenly snow divine flame to rank 1 and gain some special abilities. It can swallow up the primordial energy in the other party's body without them realizing it, temporarily reducing the other party's strength." When the 5 poisons elder heard this, he was startled. This Xiao was really lucky. He also had a Buddhist lamp and a Saraira at the same time. Otherwise, when would he be able to raise his primordial chaos level flame to the 1st grade? However, that was not right. The heavenly snow divine flame alone could not kill a 5th heaven martial emperor. In the end, a rank 1 primal chaos level flame was still too weak. Even if Xiao caught Elder Ma off guard and injured him, even swallowing up a lot of his primordial energy, Elder Ma still had his foundation. If he wanted to run, he would definitely be able to. A light flickered in the 5 poisons elder's eyes as he muttered, "Just this heavenly snow divine flame alone cannot kill Elder Ma." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This 5 poisons elder's eyes were really sharp. However, Xiao Chen had no intention of telling the other party about his Dermic World trump card. Dermic World was an immortal art major magic skill, Xiao Chen's greatest trump card. It could allow him to instantly change the situation. Once he revealed it, his opponent would be on guard, and he would lose the sure kill effect. After all, this Dermic World lasted only a few seconds. It relied on catching the opponent off guard and killing instantly. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Indeed, I still have my greatest trump card. However, please forgive me. I cannot tell Senior about this trump card." Ha ha ha. This old man still understands this principle. I thought about it. The 5 poison sect startled you this time, so we owe you a favor. How do you want to repay me in the future? Just say the word. The 5 poison old man said with a loud laugh. He did not mind that Xiao Chen did not tell him about his trump card. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart, with the 5 poisons elder saying that he had tactfully changed his original decision to remain neutral. "Many thanks, Senior." Outside the pavilion, Chen Feng, Qin Ying, and Gong Taihua waited anxiously. Qin Ying appeared distracted. His voice sounded somewhat weak as he asked, "Father, is it certain that the 5 poison sect will side with the Dragon's Gate?" Chen Feng nodded. "Most likely. The strength that this Blue Dragon King displayed is too shocking. The Inyang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy will definitely place their future on him. The old sect master will have to make some changes. Times have changed." Chen Ying's expression changed slightly, appearing extremely dissatisfied. As for Gong Taihua, his expression changed greatly, feeling extremely depressed and conflicted. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, "All right. Elder Gong, when the Blue Dragon King comes out, apologize to him." "What? Me apologize to him?" Gong Taihua exclaimed in shock. Chen Feng's eyes widened and he barked, "Why, you're not willing?" Gong Taihua could feel the pressure from Chen Feng. Cold sweat dripped down his back as he sighed. "I only have myself to blame. When he comes out, I'll personally apologize to him." After Xiao Qin ended his conversation with the 5 poison old man, he walked out calmly. He just smiled at Gong Taihua's apology and did not kick him when he was down. When he came out of the pavilion, the 2 elders from the Heavenly Province Academy and the Inyang Paradise kept pestering Xiao Qin. This put Xiao Qin in a difficult position. He couldn't reject the hospitality of both parties, so it wouldn't be good for him to visit either one first. Xiao Chen wanted to visit the Heavenly Province Academy first. He was interested in the Taoist remnant that the other party mentioned, but seeing Yin Susu's pitiful eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. Moreover, Yin Susu had spoken up for him earlier. In the end, Xiao Chen decided to go to the Inyang Paradise first. However, he guaranteed that he would head to the Heavenly Province Academy after leaving the Inyang Paradise. 2 days later, the news of the failed assassination reached the ears of the divine daughter, Tianyushi. Even after the fifth heaven Emperor Wu wasted a dimensional divine talisman, he still could not kill Shao Qin. This greatly shocked Tian Yushi. Could it be that only sovereign martial emperors could kill Shao Qin now? However, no matter which faction, sovereign martial emperors were the peak combat prowess, extremely rare. If Shao Qin rashly used a sovereign martial emperor, it would trigger an all-out war. However, it was not time yet. Clearly, it was not the time for an all-out war. Furthermore, if they sent out a sovereign martial emperor and still let Shao Qin escape, the losses would outweigh the gains. After the shock came rage, and Tian Yushi's face flushed red. Tian Yushi's dignified face flushed slightly in anger. This time, not only did the assassination fail, but it even helped Shao Qin succeed. The three holy lands of the Eastern Sea had all agreed to help Shao Qin at the crucial moment. This was the so-called going for wool and coming home shorn. Tian Yushi felt extremely depressed in her heart. She felt like there was a rock blocking her chest, feeling extremely uncomfortable. When the news of Shao Qin killing a fifth heaven martial emperor and obtaining the support of the three holy lands spread, the entire heavenly starry ocean was set abuzz. The dragon's gates, Shao Qin's reputation soared, and the might of the deity Dao Union was suppressed. There was simply no chance for the deity Dao Union to turn the situation around. The resulting chain reaction was that most of the 9 ranks of the great families chose to wait and see at this moment. The sects that had promised the deity race all returned the great gifts that the deity race sent. This caused Tian Yushi to feel a great sense of defeat and helplessness. Now, the entire heavenly starry ocean was discussing where Shao Qin would go next. The Blue Dragon King's aura flourished like the sun in the sky. Divine Daughter, there is no need to worry. When the Divine Son comes out of closed-door cultivation, he will definitely be able to turn the situation around and suppress Shao Qin in one go. There's a saying, the higher one flies, the harder one falls. Let's see how long he can remain cocky. Qin Xiu, who had messed up, consoled Shao Qin. Tian Yushi rubbed his forehead and said softly, I have confidence in the Divine Son. As long as he comes out of closed-door cultivation, all the problems will be easily solved. However, I fear that when he comes out, all the holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean will be finished. Qin Xiu said, there is no need to be afraid. There is still the Northern Sea Alliance. Since Xiao Hoju said that he is confident, he should be able to make Shao Qin's backyard burn. When he gets flustered, we can use all our trump cards on the Lunar Palace. Tian Yushi nodded heavily and said, that's right. The Lunar Palace. We have to take down the Lunar Palace. No matter how many holy lands Shao Qin obtains, as long as the Lunar Palace supports the deity Dao Union, all his efforts will go to waste. Qin Xiu smiled and said, furthermore, the Lunar Palace had a deep grudge with the Qing Emperor back then. During the Four Seas Hero Gathering, the Lunar Palace's palace master even chased Shao Qin away. After analyzing everything, Tian Yushi calmed down. She stood up and paced around calmly before saying, Shao Qin always felt that the Northern Sea Alliance would not require much effort. It was like his backyard. His next stop should be the Zodiac Hall. Uncle Qin, do you think we can stop him? Qin Xiu said after some thought, the Zodiac Hall is rather difficult to deal with. There are many factions in the heavenly starry ocean. In terms of accumulations, the first is the Lunar Palace, and the second is the Zodiac Hall. However, from the start to the end, that cyclic astral lord has never intended to meet us. Tian Yushi shook her head and said, this cyclic astral lord is a wily old fox. He sees things very clearly. He directly stated that building a shrine in the cyclic astral palace's territory is tantamount to declaring war. Qin Xiu said coldly, he does not know how to appreciate favors. Now is a heaven-sent opportunity. With the Thunder King not around, this is a great opportunity for our deity race to unify the Kunlun realm. No one can stop this trend. Tianyu, she waved his hand and said, "Don't say that again. Now is not the time to bare your fangs. How about we go and meet the treasure master?" Qin Xiao suggested. When Tianyu, she heard about the treasure master, she revealed a grave expression. "Let me think about it. The deity's sovereign told me that even he could not see through this treasure master. If we can avoid meeting him, we should avoid meeting him. Otherwise, he will see through our trump cards. However, the Blue Dragon King's momentum is very strong. The Divine Sun is still in closed-door cultivation, and the personal disciples of the Dongyue, Ghost Emperor, and the heaven-punishing Corpse God have not arrived yet. We do not have many pawns that we can use. See, indecisiveness would only lead to chaos." After thinking for a while, Tianyu, she finally made up his mind. He would listen to the treasure master's suggestion on how to stop Xiaoqin from convincing the cyclic astral lord. If necessary, he could use the treasure master's strength. Xiaoqin remained in the Eastern Sea for half a month. He spent most of that time in the Heavenly Province Academy. Chapter 1336. The Taoist and Confucian relics in the Academy fascinated him. If not for the urgency of time, he would have stayed longer. This trip could be considered a great harvest. The three immortal Holy Lands all agreed that at the crucial moment, as long as Xiaoqin gave the word, they would go all out. Just as Tianyu she had guessed, his next destination was indeed the Zodiac Hall, the Holy Land that he had many grudges with. The Saint Fu Hongxue and the Saint Chuyang both hated him to the core. At a crucial moment like this, he would be thanking the heavens if he didn't step on the other party. It would be difficult for him to count on the other party's help. As for the Moon Palace, which was even more powerful than the Zodiac Hall, that was a pain in Xiaoqian's heart. He had been chased out of the Four Seas Hero Gathering in a sorry state and said that he was never welcome there. He didn't dare to think about it, and he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Finally, the remaining major faction of the Heavenly Starry Ocean was the Northern Sea Alliance. In Xiaoqian's opinion, this should not be too difficult. All he had to do was go and let them know. Strolling on the surface of the sea, Xiaoqin identified the direction of the Zodiac Hall and leaped like a dragon, moving as fast as lightning. He had both the swiftness of a dragon and the dexterity of a fish. With both at the same time, he was like a fish in water in the air. In the past, when one's speed reached a certain limit, the air would become the biggest obstacle. Now that Xiaoqin executed the fish dragon art, he could use the air as his resistance, raising his speed to another level. At this speed, after 3 days, Xiaoqin arrived at the sea where the Zodiac Hall was located. As one of the 3 peak holy lands of the Heavenly Starry Ocean, the Zodiac Hall covered an extremely vast sea region. Aside from the sea region, all the major factions within 5,000 kilometers were attached to the Astral Palace. After passing through the subsidiary sea regions, a strange and colorful scene appeared in front of Xiaoqin. There were no ripples on the vast surface of the sea. It was like a bright mirror, full of spirituality. One could imagine an ocean that spanned millions of square kilometers, neatly arranged like a mirror in front of one's eyes. One could imagine how majestic it was. During the day, in this mirror-like sea region, only a huge sun was reflected in it. The sun in the water was dazzling and piercing, as if there really was a huge fireball burning wildly in the water. The blazing sunlight reflected each other, making it impossible to see with the naked eye. The countless buildings of the Astral Palace, including the pavilions, seemed to have disappeared. In the boundless sea, there was only a great sun. Apart from that, nothing else existed. Xiaoqian watched from afar, feeling shocked in his heart. The cyclic Astral Palace's accumulations were deep, not something the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace could compare to. The cyclic Astral Palace was right before his eyes, but he could not enter. This mysterious formation was somewhat vexing. The god, Aster, to the Zodiac spirit sect. Xiaoqian thought to himself as he looked at the sun and the water. Logically speaking, the cyclic Astral Palace should have sensed his arrival. Shao, Shao, Shao spirit. As for, with, as he to the Chen, the god sect, to the sea, and to the four. An invisible barrier blocked Shao Chen's spiritual sense 1 kilometer in front, preventing it from entering. The formation looked extremely simple, and there was no danger at all. It was as if one could just walk into it. However, Shao Chen's sharp intuition told him that it was dangerous enough to threaten his life. Zodiac Hall's lair would not be so simple. Go. After thinking hard, Shao Chen could not figure it out. So he pointed with his finger and executed the life bestowal spell. It even materialized Shao Chen's image and flew forward. Whoosh! Without any warning, hundreds of dazzling lights suddenly appeared in the vast sky above the sea in front of them. The lights flickered and gave off a resplendent light, looking like a miniature sun. Pain! Shao Chen's eyes hurt. He took 2 steps back and covered his eyes, rubbing them gently. When he opened his eyes again, the vast sea had returned to normal. As for the clone that Shao Chen formed with the life bestowal spell, its entire body was burning. In mere moments, it evaporated into steam. Horror flashed in Shao Chen's eyes. Indeed, it was not as simple as he thought. If his true body charged over, the attack he would receive would be 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger. The moment Shao Chen covered his eyes, he saw that resplendent sun-like light very clearly. That was the purest solar true flame. Furthermore, there was not just one, but thousands upon thousands of them. When all of them gathered together, the might was unimaginable to Shao Chen. That was not all. The vast solar true flame under the sea did not move at all. If it really moved, it might even injure a prime, right? It looked like there would be no more opportunities during the day. Shao Chen thought for a while and decided to wait until night to see the situation. Time passed. When the sun set in the west and the last of its afterglow vanished, the entire sky turned dark. The entire sky turned dark and the stars twinkled. Together with the moon, it was a magnificent sight. As Shao Chen stood on the sea, it felt like he could reach the stars just by stretching out his hand. At the same time, it also felt like it was unreachable. Many stars flickered on the surface of the sea as well. At this moment, the sea and the sky seemed to merge into one. What was even more miraculous was that the many palaces that could not be seen with the naked eye were too dazzling during the day. When night fell, these palaces all appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the sea. They were like night pearls of the vast sea, giving off a gentle light. They attracted the starlight of the universe to descend. Many beams of starlight gathered and intertwined, looking very dazzling, dense but not gaudy. When Shao Chen was among them, he felt rueful. The so-called fantasy world was probably nothing more than this. He could see that the railings of the many palaces were all filled with people with arrogant expressions in their eyes. There was an arrogant look in their eyes as they conversed with each other. Their gazes were all focused on him. The Big Dipper Palace, the South Dipper Palace, the Moon Palace, the Sun Palace, the Moon Palace, all the palaces were filled with Astral Palace disciples. As they watched the famous Blue Dragon King of the Heavenly Starry Ocean get blocked outside the formation, they pointed at him and whispered to each other, laughing endlessly. Shao Chen could see everyone looking at him with his naked eye. However, the formless barrier made it seem like he was in a different world from the people of the Astral Palace, never having any contact. 3 of Shao Chen's old friends were coldly eyeing him from the Sun Palace. On the left was the holy daughter Fu Hongxue, and on the right was Yiling, whom Shao Chen could not guess. Life bestowal spell. Shao Chen pointed and tried again. Thousands of figures leaped out of the seawater, advancing wave after wave, covering the sky as they charged forward. Whoosh! The pillars of starlight above the 3,000 palaces swept out and crushed Shao Chen's clones like they were dry weeds. A brilliant light appeared in Shao Chen's eyes. He instantly memorized the positions of all the pillars of starlight. Then he pushed off with his feet and charged over. As Xiao Chen walked on the surface of the sea, the wind howled in his ears, and his white robes flapped noisily. Beams of light condensed from starlight either swept over, chopped down, or fell from the sky. There were so many of them, and they were ever-changing. Immediately, all the starlight gathered around Xiao Chen. Everywhere else was pitch black. In the darkness, the gazes of countless Astral Palace disciples focused on Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by the gathering starlight. Amid the complicated attacks of the starlight filling the sky, Xiao Chen alternated between the front and back, his figure drifting gracefully. Sometimes he turned into a dragon and soared into the sky in a rage. Sometimes he turned into a fish, changing thousands of times. Xiao Chen brought out the fish-dragon art to its limits. Amid this chaotic and gorgeous attack, not a single speck of starlight touched him. Boom! 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 The seawater surged, and the waves rose up like pillars. Xiao Chen's white robes and white hair looked like he was dancing with the stars. His supreme grace made the stars lose their color. Xiao Chen's figure attracted all the Astral Palace disciples, intoxicated by his dreamy dance, forgetting about the even more resplendent starlight. The stars twinkle, dancing for me. Time went by. Xiao Chen figured out the attack power of the starlight and heaved a sigh of relief. The Astral Palace's upper echelon still had not forced him into a dead end. The attack of this starlight was not that strong. Furthermore, there did not seem to be anyone managing this formation. Indeed, this is a test for me. There is still a weakness. Otherwise, even a sovereign martial emperor would not be able to clear it. In that case, let's draw the lunar shadow saber. Whoosh! A melodious saber hum silently resounded in the sky. As this saber hum rang out, Xiao Chen's aura changed. A sharp light radiated from his entire body, no longer suppressing him. Xiao Chen drew his saber and advanced bravely. The saber hum turned into an aura. He chopped through the starlight and shattered the waves. He was like a true dragon descending, unstoppable. Up at the Sun Palace, the expressions of the three changed slightly, shock flashing in their eyes. Chu Yang rapped on the railing with one hand and said softly, "Hongxue, go and take a look." Fu Hongxue nodded gently. Then his figure drifted higher and higher under the illumination of the full moon. After a while, Fu Hongxue's sword-wielding figure seemed to merge with the moon. Fu Hongxue merged with the moon, flying in the sky. As her sword fluttered, she attracted all the starlight in the world. Just as Xiao Chen was about to cross the barrier, Fu Hongxue narrowed his eyes in the bright moon and pointed. A sword intent surged out, and a heavenly immortal sword descended from the moon. Xiao Chen, who was advancing forward with an indomitable will, suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. His entire body turned cold, and he pulled back and retreated. Bang! Xiao Chen barely dodged this sword strike. However, the shock wave that spread out knocked him back, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. It was hard to imagine what the consequences would be if this sword strike struck him. Just as Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief after surviving a calamity, an unexpected attack shot out from the sea region of Zodiac Hull. There was a starry sky under the sea. It was the same bright moon and the same sword. This sword strike caught Xiao Chen off guard. A large hole opened in his chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain. As Xiao Chen retreated, the blood splattered into the night sky. The blood mixed with the starlight, giving off a mesmerizing light. Xiao Chen retreated quickly. As he looked at the scarlet moonlight, his eyes turned hazy. He forgot about pain, time, and all the distractions. This scene was very miserable. That person's white robes were stained with blood. Blood gushed out of the wound on his chest, dyeing the night sky red. However, one could clearly see a trace of stubbornness in those hazy eyes under the illumination of the stars. Chapter 1337. Ha 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 ha. Blue Dragon King Xiaoqin, even if you subdued the myriad fiend island and made the lands of the eastern seas 3 holy masters submit to you, you are nothing before my astral palace. You cannot even enter these gates." Chu Yang suddenly reared his head back and laughed. The depression that had accumulated in his heart for many years erupted with this scene. Chu Yang suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. The depression that had accumulated in his heart for many years completely erupted with this scene. There was no place in his body that did not feel comfortable. Chu Yang even vaguely felt that his strength had improved. The heart demon that Xiao Chun created for him was broken at this moment. The young treasure master, Yiling, smiled faintly and said, "I already said that as long as I can convince the Astral Palace Master to open the infinite world Yin-Yang twin star formation, I will definitely be able to block Xiao Chun and humiliate him." Chu Yang felt very carefree. He shouted, "Xiao Chun, if you beg me, I will open the doors to the Astral Palace and give you a chance." Xiao Chen's mind was clear, not disturbed by any external factors. What was hope? Fighting with others, fighting with oneself, fighting with the heavens. One could not ask for it and could not ask for it. An opportunity given by others could not become hope. One could only fight. If Xiao Chen could not break it during the day or at night, when could he break this formation? Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's heart as he thought of something. Heaven never bars one's way. Since the Astral Palace Master used this formation to test him, there had to be a way to break it. I figured it out. As Xiao Chen landed, a hazy glow appeared in the distant east. Dawn was approaching. Right now, the moon waned and the sun rose. This was the boundary between day and night. Be it the power of the sun or the power of the moon, they were at their weakest. In the next moment, the morning sun flickered and dawn arrived. Xiao Qin took out the cycle banner and materialized 5 layers of starlight. Massacre, death, ruin, despair, and grief. Then, a 5-colored wall of starlight appeared behind him. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Chun shouted and gathered all his primordial energy into the cycle banner. Then, he ferociously thrust it forward. Kacha kacha! This strike that gathered all of Xiao Chen's strength was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It swept through everything in its path and created a path of starlight. The cycle banner was extraordinarily fast. One moment, Chu Yang felt that it was far away. The next moment, it had already arrived before him. The sudden attack frightened him so much that his face turned pale, and he retreated hastily. Just when he had nowhere to retreat, he closed his eyes in despair. A delicate hand grabbed the flagpole. When the tip of the flag was only an inch away from the tip of his nose, it stopped. Chu Yang couldn't open his eyes due to the strong wind brought by the war flag. The wind was so loud that his long hair was blown backwards. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the sun rising in the east, scattering down endless golden light. The white figure bathed in the golden sunlight was too dazzling and blurry. It gave him the feeling that he was a god, supreme and supreme. The entire Star Palace fell silent. When they saw the white figure charging in, they were completely stunned. The wound on his chest was slowly healing. On the surface, it was no longer a big problem. However, that sword qi contained a soft yin qi. It could not be completely eliminated in a short time. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand, and the cycle banner instantly entered the universe ring. The young treasure master, Yiling, opened his eyes wide. He looked a few times before he was sure that Xiao Chen had really come up. Xiao Chen had broken through the seal of the limitless heaven and earth-sun formation and arrived at the Sun Palace. Something that was originally thought to be impossible actually happened to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had been entrusted by Tian Yushi. After putting in so much effort, he finally managed to convince the cyclic Astral Lord. Unexpectedly, this was the result. Chu Yang recovered his wits and looked at Xiao Chen's familiar face. He was originally feeling very comfortable. Xiao Chen, who was originally feeling very comfortable, fell from the clouds to the ground. His heart pounded wildly, and his breathing turned ragged. His complexion turned increasingly darker. Why is it like this? I clearly blocked him, but he still managed to break through. Could it be that I, Chuyang, am really inferior to him? As the Sun Palace's holy son, I am not even half as good as him? The pain, conflict, and depression in Chuyang's heart caused his heart to race even faster. When Xiao Chun saw the other party's state, he frowned slightly. This Chuyang's emotional state was in chaos, like he was about to enter a state of berserking qi deviation. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao Chun stepped forward and ferociously smashed a palm strike on Chuyang's chest. Pu Ci! Chuyang vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. Xiao Chun, what are you trying to do? The Moon Palace's holy daughter floated down from the sky. When she saw this scene, her expression changed drastically. She quickly went over to support Chuyang and spoke to Xiao Chun with murderous intent. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the palaces above the sea that looked like night pearls emitted killing intent at the same time, locking onto Xiao Chun. The atmosphere immediately turned extremely tense. Old men flew out from the palaces in the surroundings. After a while, they surrounded Xiao Chun, blocking all his escape routes. Don't attack! Don't attack! Chuyang shouted quickly when he saw the scene. At this moment, Chuyang's complexion was pale and he appeared weak. However, he was clearly much more relaxed. Chuyang's breathing turned calm, and he suddenly felt more at ease. His earlier extreme state immediately vanished. Chuyang, what's going on? The Moon Palace's holy daughter asked somewhat anxiously. Chuyang waved his hand and looked at Xiao Chun. After a long silence, he said, "Many thanks." That was right. It was indeed the word "many thanks." To think that Chuyang actually said these two words. Yiling and the Moon Palace's holy daughter felt somewhat shocked. Xiao Chun said calmly, "It was just a casual action. No matter who it is, they cannot make him enter a state of berserking qi deviation before me." In the earlier palm strike, Xiao Chun did not kill Chuyang. He only dredged up the blood near the other party's heart meridian. This allowed Chuyang to calm down and not dwell on it. Many times when a person entered a state of berserking qi deviation, it was just a moment of rashness. After one truly entered a state of berserking qi deviation, it was extremely difficult to turn back. At the crucial moment, there was someone to help Chuyang calm down. After he thought things through, he would feel that it was no big deal. Young Treasure Master Yiling, you should go first. I will invite you to the cyclic astral palace as a guest another day, Chuyang said calmly as he faced Yiling. When Yiling heard this, his expression changed slightly. To think that Chuyang wanted to chase him away. How could he allow this? Chuyang, we already agreed to chase this fellow out of the cyclic astral palace together. Don't tell me that you forgot all the humiliation you suffered in the past just because he struck you with a palm strike. Chuyang had just experienced great ups and downs, coming back from the brink of entering a state of berserking qi deviation. He immediately figured out many things that he could not figure out. When Xiao Chun saw Yiling trying to sow dissension, he said sullenly, "The so-called humiliation is just a thought. If you think too highly of yourself, that is humiliation. If you think too lowly of yourself, that is not humiliation. In this world, no one is the main character. No one is nobler than anyone else. Could it be that you can't even endure some grievances? How can there be no twists and turns on the path of cultivation? As long as you do your best and feel at ease, it is fine. How many people seek a moment of pleasure and become restless? How could they truly care about your life or death? Take a good look and see who your true friend is." Yiling retorted angrily. "Xiao Chun, stop quibbling. What do you mean, I seek a moment of pleasure and do not care about Chuyang's life or death?" Xiao Chun's eyes remained calm, not showing any ripples. He said calmly, "Is that not the case? There's no need for you to retort. Time will prove whether what I said is right or wrong. How many people seek a moment of pleasure and do not truly care about your life or death? Who is your true friend?" Chu Yang's heart was greatly shaken. He repeatedly chewed on this sentence in his mind. He felt as if he was suddenly enlightened, and he instantly understood. Well said. Those who can give you a moment of pleasure and relieve your worries are not your friends. Those who can give you a lifetime of pleasure without regrets, seeking freedom and peace of mind, are true friends. As the two argued, a youth with exquisite facial features and eyes like stars and gems walked over with large strides, leading a group of old men. As he walked, he exuded an extraordinary aura. It was as if all the light in the world had gathered on him. His charm was boundless, overshadowing everyone else's brilliance. "Greetings, Star Lord!" The disciples of the thousands of palaces and the tens of thousands of astral palaces' disciples saw this person suddenly appear. In fear and trepidation, he knelt down and said respectfully, Chu Yang and the Holy Maiden of Moon Palace were both startled. They hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Master." It turned out that this person was the cyclic Astral Lord. Indeed, he possessed boundless charm and a strong aura. Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute and bowed slightly. The young treasure master, Yi Ling, did not feel satisfied in his heart. Being criticized by the Astral Lord without even mentioning him made him feel extremely upset. However, Xiao Qin still had to pay his respects. He said with a sullen expression, "Young treasure master, Yi Ling greets the Astral Lord." The cyclic Astral Lord looked at Yi Ling and smiled. "Do you think I do not know what the treasure master is thinking? I am also very clear on your purpose in coming here. However, I still have to thank Chu Yang for convincing me to activate the infinite heaven and earth formation of extreme yin and yang." Yi Ling immediately felt anxious. He wanted to explain, but the cyclic Astral Lord interrupted him. "You can go now. Pass a message to the treasure master for me. Others might not know his background, but I do. Don't let me get my hands on any evidence. Otherwise, I will smack him to death at any time." Feeling the cyclic Astral Lord's murderous intent, Yi Ling's heart sank. He was so frightened that his body started trembling. "Yes, this junior will leave now." After saying that, Yi Ling glared at Xiao Qin hatefully. Then he boarded the golden war chariot and left in a crestfallen manner. The cyclic Astral Lord appeared to be in a good mood. He took out a bottle of medicinal pills and handed it to Xiao Qin. He said, "Blue Dragon King, the lunar sword qi in your body will not be removed for at least half a month. There is a Shengyang pill in there. It can help you recover in 3 days." Xiao Qin received the jade bottle and opened it to take a sniff. Immediately, a fiery aura turned into a warm current flowing through his body. His wounds immediately felt much better. "Many thanks." The cyclic Astral Lord smiled faintly. Then he looked at Chu Yang and said, "Today you experienced great ups and downs, right and wrong. I believe you will be able to see things more clearly. Take advantage of this opportunity and enter closed-door cultivation. Within 3 months, you will definitely reach consummation, blue-robed emperor." "Yes." Chu Yang bowed respectfully and withdrew quietly with the Moon Palace's holy daughter. "All of you withdraw. I want to have a private chat with the Blue Dragon King." Xiao Qin looked at the surrounding cyclic Astral Palace disciples and the elders with respectful expressions. He thought to himself, "This cyclic Astral Lord reminds me of the words hero and heroine." The cyclic Astral Lord naturally has a charisma that makes people respect him and want to get close to him. He truly lives up to his reputation as a hero and heroine. Speaking of which, you are really bold. Back then, during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, I was the greatest opponent behind the scenes. How did you get the guts to come to my Zodiac Hall? Are you not afraid that I will smack you to death with one palm strike? The cyclic astral lord asked interestedly. The cyclic astral lord's tone was relaxed, like he was just casually asking. However, he inadvertently put a lot of pressure on Xiao Qin. This was the first time Xiao Qin met with someone with such a strong aura. He was not in a rush to speak. After he calmed himself, he said sullenly, I cannot figure out the cyclic astral lord's heart. However, I can see the world that the cyclic astral lord sees. Hence, I'm here. Chapter 1338. The cyclic astral lord smiled faintly. His handsome face was like a bright star suddenly flickering in the dark, starry heavens. However, the cyclic astral lord did not ask Xiao Chen what the world looked like to him. Instead, he spoke of something else. What do you think of the limitless world's sun and moon formation? Xiao Chen replied without hesitation, It is very strong. If I guessed right, there should be someone managing it in every palace. This is especially so for the sun and the moon. There should be 2 peak experts controlling them. If they unleash their full might, even a prime would not be able to barge in. The formation that I saw was just the tip of the iceberg. They purposely hid a weakness for me. Surprise flashed in the cyclic astral lord's eyes as he asked, What do you mean? Xiao Qin answered honestly, The moon wanes and the sun rises. This weakness is too obvious. Given the cyclic astral palace's long accumulations, someone would have noticed this weakness and tried to improve it. The cyclic astral lord smiled and said, Good eyes. However, you are still too humble. I originally guessed that you would have to observe for at least 3 days before you could find this weakness. Who would have thought that just as dawn broke, you would seize this fleeting opportunity? I relied on the cycle banner to break it. If it were an ordinary person, even if they knew this weakness, they would not be able to enter so easily. Cycle banner, let me take a look. The cyclic astral lord took the cycle banner from Xiao Chen's hands and gently waved it. The scarlet banner flapped loudly, giving off a sound like the waves of the sea. Aside from 2 of the 7 astral pearls on the banner, the other 5 lit up. The astral pearls they gave off were 10 times more resplendent than when they were in Xiao Chen's hands. They immediately suppressed the sunlight, suddenly making night appear. Whoosh! The cyclic astral lord swept up the banner and praised, Not bad. However, this refining technique is somewhat crude. I'll help you refine it. There should be some breakthroughs in the quality of this banner. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. No one in the world could compare to the cyclic astral lord in refining astral banners. However, how unfortunate. Could there be a change? Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, Cyclic astral lord, what unfortunate? Unfortunately, I only have the pain throne. If I had the destruction throne, I would be able to complete your astral banners. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned before he reacted. How was this a pity? It was clearly a pleasant surprise. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Chen asked, Astral Lord, Xiao Chen, I, Cyclic Astral Lord, Saint Astral Lord, Sea Cloud. I, Xiao Chen said, Jade Sovereign, I, Astral Lord, Sun Astral. King Dragon, Chen said, I, King, if world, King should he, the Xiao Chen said. Dragon, King, Chun, comma, Chen. In fact, he even obtained one of the thrones. The cyclic astral lord continued. It looks like you want to comprehend the state of cycle. This is extremely difficult to comprehend. After you advance to Martial Emperor, I can accompany you to the Mirage Immortal Palace to take a look at the ancient stone wall with the cycle arts and try your luck. In that case, many thanks, Cyclic Astral Lord. The Cyclic Astral Lord smiled casually and said, It's just a small matter. I'll help you keep the cycle banner first. I'll bring you around the Cyclic Astral Palace. Xiao Qin felt suspicious. He was not afraid of the Cyclic Astral Lord swallowing his cycle banner. He found it strange that the Cyclic Astral Lord thought so highly of him. After all, in the past, the cyclic astral palace was part of the camp that suppressed Shao Qin. I'll just take a look. Shao Qin did not say anything as he followed the cyclic astral lord around the various places of the Zodiac Hall. Along the way, the cyclic astral lord gave Shao Qin a detailed explanation of the history of the various cyclic astral palaces, as well as some interesting news. However, the cyclic astral lord did not mention anything about Shao Qin's purpose for coming here at all, puzzling him. Shao Qin maintained his composure. He chatted casually before such a major character, occasionally offering some insights. This made the cyclic astral lord's eyes light up. The two of them were like best friends, walking around everywhere and chatting happily. Shao Qin could be considered a fox borrowing the tiger's might to intimidate the cyclic astral lord. As he walked, the people of the cyclic astral palace, from the elders to the disciples, all showed him great respect. Come, I'll bring you to a place that will interest you. After touring all the cyclic astral palaces, the cyclic astral lord led Shao Qin into the sea. Splash! The two entered the water and sank continuously. Splash! The moment Shao Qin entered the water, he was greatly startled. At the bottom of the sea, separated by boundless seawater, he could see a huge golden fireball burning continuously. Shao Qin clearly knew that the golden fireball was very far away. However, he still felt like he could touch it just by stretching out his hand. Beside the golden fireball was a slightly weaker clump of pale white flame. Solar true flame and lunar true flame. Shao Qin was suddenly startled. Could it be that the flame reflected in the water was not an illusion? Instead, it truly existed? If it was real, how shocking would that be? That should not be wrong. The 5 poison sect could cover the entire island with a 7-colored poison cloud. The Zodiac Hall had even deeper accumulations. How could it not have other trump cards? The two sank for an unknown distance. There were many guards along the way, but the cyclic astral lord dismissed them with a wave of his hand. There is a small dimensional formation in front. I'll bring you through it, and you will be able to see the true accumulations of the Zodiac Hall. The cyclic astral lord grabbed Shao Qin and leaped forward. The scene before them suddenly changed. Surging heat waves surged over. Shao Qin looked to the front and saw a 10-kilometer-wide flame pool covered in formation patterns. It contained incredibly pure solar true flame and lunar true flame. The quantity of the two was the same, maintaining a good balance. However, they could not truly merge. At this moment, the sun was setting over the sea, causing the solar true flame before them to burn fiercely. As for the lunar true flame, it was deathly still. It would probably release its light only at night. Dita! Dita! Drops of golden flames above Shao Qin looked like water droplets. They formed a line and fell rhythmically into the solar true flame. Shao Qin was so shocked that he could not speak. He could sense that the drops of solar true flame were extremely pure and of high quality, at least rank 9. This is the wealth that the Zodiac Hall accumulated over tens of thousands of years. How is it? I heard that you cultivate these 2 flames as well. Shao Qin smiled bitterly and said, "It is not worth mentioning. It is not worth mentioning." Shao Qin's solar true flame and lunar true flame were only rank 5. The main reason was that the lunar true flame was too difficult to collect. The two needed to maintain a balance, which held back Shao Qin's rhythm. Compared to the flames before him, not only the quantity, but also the quality were worlds apart. They were not worth mentioning at all. If Shao Qin completely grasped this flame before him, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram he formed would be extremely horrifying. That's right. This lunar true flame and solar true flame are extremely difficult to collect. I'll give you some, then. The cyclic astral lord casually waved his hand, and a huge golden crow and a flaming phoenix leaped out of the flame pool before him. The golden crow was made of the solar true flame, and the flaming phoenix was made of the lunar true flame. They spread their wings and flew, looking very lively and giving off holy might. The golden crow and the flaming phoenix entered the cyclic astral lord's hands and turned into two clumps of extremely dense flames. This gift was too great, so great that Shao Qin did not dare to accept it casually. These two clumps of flames were at least 10 times stronger than what Shao Qin had. They could allow him to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Right. This requires the cyclic astral palace to accumulate for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, you are not strong enough. Otherwise, I could give you more. The cyclic astral lord said very casually, not showing any heartache at all. This person is not simple. This stunned Shao Qin. Compared to the cyclic astral lord, Shao Qin was more willing to spend time with the strange myriad law fiend master. Losing some patience, Shao Qin said seriously, "Cyclic astral lord, there is no need to beat around the bush. I am not arrogant enough to think that I can convince you just by breaking one formation. I can feel that while you appear to be very enthusiastic, you are not sincere at all." The cyclic astral lord's smile widened. "I find myself admiring you more and more. You are standing at such a height at such a young age, yet you have not lost your heart at all. Tell me, why do you feel that I am not sincere?" Shao Qin replied indifferently, "Because I already figured out your heart." Interesting. Earlier, you said that you saw the world that I could see, but you could not figure out my heart. I originally felt disdain for that. Very well, now tell me what is in my heart. Desire, pride, and ambition. The moment Shao Qin said that, the smile on Zodiac Hall's face slowly vanished, turning cold. His expression turned cold as he looked at Shao Qin. There was a kind of perverted pride in his aloof expression. Did his face change? Perhaps it did not. This was the true face of the cyclic astral lord. Chapter 1339. After the cyclic astral lord lost his smile, the originally harmonious atmosphere between the two vanished without a trace. The atmosphere turned silent and oppressive. For some reason, Shao Qin felt very at ease. He felt relaxed in his heart and did not regret it at all. Perhaps it was because Shao Qin did not like to wear a mask or disguise when conversing with others. He did not like others wearing a mask to interact with him. That way, it would be boring and oppressive. Shao Qin faced his heart. He was such a person. Even though the cyclic astral lord was a prime, Shao Qin was not willing to speak to him while wearing a mask. The cyclic astral lord said indifferently, "Shao Qin, not to mention that you have not advanced to martial emperor yet. Even if you did, you would still be a minor character in my eyes. Don't think too highly of yourself. You simply do not understand the world that I see." Shao Qin smiled calmly and said, "What is there to not understand? Isn't it just being a prime with no way out? You do not have the courage of the Thunder King, daring to try the path that no one dares to take? The ambition and desire in your heart prevent you from being satisfied with your current accomplishments. Even if it is Zodiac Hall, as long as it can fulfill your ambition, you can easily give up on it." Whoosh! The temperature of the place suddenly plummeted. Shao Qin was clearly not far from the solar true flame, but he felt a chill down his spine, chilling his heart. The cyclic astral lord's expression did not change. However, he did not hide his killing chi well, and it leaked out. "Continue," the cyclic astral lord said, enunciating every word with a sullen expression, not showing any emotional fluctuations. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not dare to continue in such a situation. They feared enraging the cyclic astral lord and getting killed. Shao Qin did not care. He already figured out what kind of person the other party was. In that case, there was nothing to fear. Furthermore, Shao Qin firmly believed that this cyclic astral lord would not dare to make a move on him. There is only one reason why you rejected the deity race. The deity race's conditions do not allow you to leave this abandoned land. The great chaos of the Kunlun realm, The calamity of the demons and the survival of Zodiac Hall have nothing to do with you. You have long since grown tired of all this. Only I can show you the hope of leaving this abandoned land." Xiao Chen organized all the clues that he knew in his mind, meticulously analyzing them. Among the supreme beings he had met before, big brothering Zongtian was also ambitious and wanted to leave this banished land. However, in the depths of Xiao Chen's heart, he was filled with worries. He could not let go of the Haotian sect or his friends and family in the Kunlun realm. Even if he really had the chance to leave the land of exile, he might not be able to bring himself to do so. However, this cyclic astral lord was different. As long as he had the chance, he would be willing to bury the entire Zodiac Hall with him. As long as he could fulfill his wish, he could give up everything. As for the Myriad Law Demon Master, he was indifferent to everything. Everything went according to his heart. If he could do it, then so be it. If he couldn't, then so be it. Xiao Chen spoke bluntly, not avoiding any taboo topics. The cyclic astral lord smiled faintly and said, "You are really good at guessing. However, you definitely would not have guessed that the Northern Sea Alliance, which you feel the most at ease with, is currently in internal strife. You also would not have guessed that no matter how much effort you put in, with just one word from the Lunar Palace, all the Holy Lands would change sides." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and the fluctuations in his heart appeared on his face. This made the cyclic astral lord reveal another smile. "As long as you say the word, I can help you settle the internal strife of the Northern Sea Alliance and refine the cycle banner. I can even give you this solar true flame." "What word?" The cyclic astral lord removed his disguise and took out a scarlet stone. Then he stated his purpose. "This is a heavenly heart stone, obtained from the heavenly Tao. All you need to do is swear to bring me out of this banished land within 100 years. An oath stone!" Little Three suddenly spoke from the three life mirror, making Xiao Chen rejoice in his heart. He replied, "Little Three, you woke up?" "Hee, isn't that obvious? Elder brother White Robes, if I did not wake up, how would Little Three talk to you? Elder brother White Robes, you have to be careful with this oath stone. If you fail to do so, all the oaths will take effect." Xiao Chen was stunned. Unexpectedly, there was such a strange thing in the world. The cyclic astral lord continued, "If you fail, your heart will shatter and you will die." With the other holy lord, he spoke of favors and friendship. However, with this cyclic astral lord, it was a bare transaction. There was no such thing as favors. Or rather, the pride in the cyclic astral lord's heart made him disdainful of talking about favors with people like Xiao Chen. In the Kunlun realm, no matter who it was, the cyclic astral lord did not care about favors. This person before the cyclic astral lord was extremely terrifying. If the cyclic astral lord allowed the cyclic astral lord to charge out of this abandoned land, he would definitely make a move on Xiao Chen. This was equivalent to using the benefits before him to create a strong opponent for himself in the future. Xiao Chen repeatedly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. After a moment of silence, he said, "Deal." The cyclic astral lord smiled faintly and said, "Even if you can see through my heart, you cannot reject my conditions. No matter how great your accomplishments are in the future, you are destined to benefit me." After saying that, the cyclic astral lord tossed the oath stone to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen held the oath stone in his hand and gave the other party a deep look. This was a gamble. However, at this point, Xiao Chen had to gamble. He was different from the cyclic astral lord. Be it the Haotian sect or the Northern Sea Alliance, there were existences that he could not part with. Even if it was clearly disadvantageous to him, he had to agree to the other party's conditions. "I, Xiao Chen, swear that I will bring the cyclic astral lord away from this abandoned land within 100 years. Otherwise, my heart will shatter and I will die." After Xiao Chen swore the oath, The mysterious stone in his hand melted in his palm and flowed into his body, vanishing. When the cyclic astral lord saw Shao Chen finish his oath, he revealed a satisfied expression. He said, "Stay here for 3 days. Take as much of the solar true flame and the lunar true flame as you can." Shao Chen asked sullenly, "Let me ask you something. Do you know where the Thunder King is?" "Why the need to ask? Since you already swore, you will walk the path of the Thunder King sooner or later. Just refine the flame here in peace, and think about how to deal with the Lunar Palace. I can only help you deal with the Northern Sea Alliance's problem." After leaving that sentence, the cyclic astral lord left. Seeing the other party leave, Little Three immediately leaped out of the Immortal spirit ring. Ao Jiao quickly followed behind, staring at the solar true flame in a daze. Shao Chen knew what Ao Jiao was thinking. He asked, "Ao Jiao, can the flame here revive Little Yellow Feather quickly?" Ao Jiao shook her head and replied, "I'm not sure. The solar divine flame is of a higher grade than the solar true flame. However, the solar true flame here has already reached its peak. Furthermore, it has been here for tens of thousands of years. It is hard to say. In that case, there is no need to worry about it. I'll give it a try for now. Since this cyclic astral lord agreed to give me 3 days, I have to make good use of it." After Shao Chen spoke, he placed the golden crow egg into the solar true flame. After that, a light flashed in each of Shao Chen's eyes, and they started spinning quickly. A suction force spread out, and the solar true flame and lunar true flame in the vast flame pool turned into motes of light, continuously entering Shao Chen's eyes. Shao Chen sat cross-legged, absorbing and refining as he did so. At the same time, he thought hard about what the cyclic astral lord said. The Northern Sea Alliance had internal strife. Without needing to guess, Shao Chen was sure that the deity Dao Union was causing trouble. Since the cyclic astral lord agreed to deal with it, there was no need to think about it for now. Right now, Shao Chen should be thinking about how to deal with the Lunar Palace's problem. He had not expected the Lunar Palace to have such strong influence. The deity Dao Union had been harassing Shao Chen, preventing him from interacting with the other holy lands. They had placed all their trump cards on him. The other party probably thought the same. As long as they placed all their resources on the Lunar Palace and successfully persuaded them, they could turn the situation around in one go. However, how should the Lunar Palace break out of this situation? The Lunar Palace had already said that Bright Moon City did not welcome Shao Chen, the descendant of the Qing Emperor.